Good morning. Here we go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Point towards me. Here we go. Letting people in. Hi there. Hi, Karen. Thanks for joining us. Hi, Jacob.
Hi, good morning.
You. Hi, Samuel.
Hello.
Hi, Mike. Hi, Gerard.
Hello.
Hi, Patricia. Patricia, I have a question for you. There's a new student
Good
who signed up.
morning.
There's a new student who signed up to my Mac classes with your same last name. In case, would you happen to know of anyone? Or, I mean, same last names are not necessarily, but do you know of anyone? Any Carranza?
I used to be another lady named Carranza long time ago. I always was confused with her, but I stopped hearing from her for the longest time, and then now
Yeah.
it came back.
Oh,
So
so maybe someone is taking. And,
yeah,
I haven't met her. She just signed up, so I'll meet her next week. Anyway,
okay.
I thought I'd ask. Sometimes it's like, oh yeah, my daughter, my whatever. Uh, what's that? Did somebody say something? No, I thought someone had Hill spoken. All right. Well, welcome everyone. Come on in. All right. Someone else just signed in. Hello, Gerard. So I have a couple of people today. Okay, I hear something again from someone, but I can't tell what they're saying. Is someone trying to?
Can you hear
Jacob,
me now?
who is speaking? I think it's Mike. Mike, are you speaking? I can hear you now. Yeah, but it's a little
Yep,
bit broken up.
you can hear me now.
Yeah.
We've had a power failure in Roki area,
Oh
so I won't
no.
have my computers today.
Okay.
I'm
All
just on
right.
my phone.
Okay, well, hopefully it'll come up. We had the other day we had 18 hours out of the blue without knowledge, and it just happened to be that I was awake, and it started at 3 a.m. Who would have known, right? But I was awake at 3 a.m. and the light suddenly went away, and it took 18 hours to come back, and they couldn't find when you go to outage, they would go, "We're searching for the reason, searching for the reason." But people who woke up without power, and I'm like, oh well. So hopefully it comes back soon. But thanks. All right, we'll do your best by watching. You'll catch up later doing the work. So thanks. All right, everyone head over to the chat and give me a little good morning, hey ho, or whatever you need to. I have a couple people visiting their grandchildren and some people who might be leaving because of workers in their house. So and some people leaving early. So there today I've got a lot of messages of things happening with people's schedules. So that's okay. Whatever has to happen. It's great when you let me know like that. Thanks. And then just catch up. Okay, hold on. I got my little softer thing to stand on has moved. There we go. All right, so I'm gonna start by sharing the Padlet. And let me give you guys let me first of all move the Zoom out of the way. Here we go. Here's your people. And then here's the Zoom. And now let's put it in the chat. The chat up here. Here we go. Here's the Padlet link. I'll put it in the Zoom. And let me see. Colette isn't here yet, but Colette put some stuff, and Patricia put some stuff. So let me work with Patricia, who is here. And so here is a chromatic aberration correction that she did. Um, the only thing that I was gonna say is that it seems you have the before and after switched in your in your, yeah, so you have to go down to those links and shift them so that it goes back, only because clearly this is the after and this is the before, because you got no texture and chromatic aberration, and here you have great texture and no chromatic aberration. So I thought I'd let you know to flip that. You tell me when it comes up again with another photo, whether it cleans itself up and it's back for again, or if in that photo it stays. That I don't know. Like once you flip it, if you open the same photo, does it remember that you had flipped it? Or does it go back to being the regular before and after? Anyway, just wanted to mention that. But yeah, good job on the chromatic aberration correction. And then Colette isn't here, but I'll show you a couple of samples. And then she posted, she has a website where she posts products that they create and sell. And this is the product shop that they have. And let me see if she's here. No, it's Moni's coming in right now. Here. And so I was just, and then this is her corrections after using a bunch of different camera raw um, tools. And yeah, it looks much cleaner. Can you tell the difference? And again, a lot of the times it isn't these humongous changes. If the photo isn't bad, you're not going to get these incredibly humongous changes. The whole point is to make it better. Now, the changes can be intense so that it looks like a different photo, or they can just be made better. And so she lightened the background, she gave more contrast, she cleaned up that yellowish kind of um, effect. And then here she did another one with another product. So same thing. This was the before and this is the after. Okay. So that's what she posted, and thanks for working on photos of your own. So everyone else is posting, you know, the work done on the fisherman. But a more typical result on a photo that isn't really incorrectly exposed would be something like this. Now, let me clarify when I say that. This wasn't incorrectly exposed. Had he correctly exposed it, then you would have had a blown out lamp here. So in order to get this photo to be fixable in post-processing, the exposure had to be what it was so that the lamp wouldn't be one blank break. And this is the whole point. As a photographer, you have to choose what you do with your exposure in the moment in order for that to be fixed correctly in post-processing. As I said before, cameras can't capture the entire spectrum of light the way we can with our eyes, and that's why they have to you have to choose what you expose for. Okay. So anyway, here we go. Let me head over then to Bridge. Any questions, by the way, about anything that we did? Things you give it a try on your own? Did something not work? Did something work? What's happening with um, how are things going? I wanted to say something. I don't have it prepared, so let me just I changed the way my computer setup is, and I didn't yet set it up, but let me head over to my SBCC for a second and sign in. Hold on, it's gonna ask me for a code. I wanted to show you guys because I don't have the CRN here. Oh, I do have it.
While you're setting things up, I just wanted to say I'm following along, but I will have to go into a meeting. So
Okay. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. I was just saying how there's been lots of people today having things happen, and that's fine. That's
okay,
how it is. So
so
for letting me
this
know.
is Moni, and just don't call on me because
Got it.
yeah.
Got it. Got it. Thank you. Yeah, I've got it's a busy day today. People have things happening. I just wanted to comment that we have I thought I didn't have it here, but maybe I do. Next week. Hold on. 2 weeks from now. Okay. I don't have to go all the way in here to do it. On Monday, September 29th. So now I don't need to be in here. So I'm going to go back here. Monday, September 29th. So let me actually put the information here. HiFlex Photoshop is happening Monday, September 29th. So that Friday, we still have our final class, the Friday of that week. Okay. But Monday and Wednesday, from I'm hiding the from 5 to 7:55. I've got 5 p.m. to 7:55 p.m. Is going to be a HyFlex Photoshop class, meaning you can take it from home or you can go to school. And the CRNs to sign up are 45064 for in person or 45062 for on Zoom. So it's the same class, right? But you would sign up and then you can shift. You can say, well, no, I don't want to be today. I'm feeling sick. I don't want to be in person. Or today, and it goes to October 22 because it's twice a week, right? So it's really less than a month's worth. There we go. Please sign up if you can. That needs a lot of people. So anyway, just leaving it here so that you have the information. If you have a chance to take it, even if you don't take all the classes, even if you have to miss out on some of them, or if you just catch up on recordings and stuff like that, it would really help to make that class run. So there's the information. All right.
Diana, did I hear you wrong as saying our last class is the 29th? Because that's a Monday.
No.
You were talking about the other class.
The week of the 29th, this class starts Monday, Wednesday, and then we on October 3rd
Is our last
is
class.
our last class. So
Okay.
that week I'll teach, if you take both classes, you'll have Photoshop 3 times. If you're only taking this class, also that'll be our last class. But if you're taking the other one, then we'll have that one as well. So we still have 3 meetings to go today and 2 more. Okay.
Okay.
But I wanted you to know that that was happening. So yeah. Okay. Sharon, yes, you have a question?
Yes, the fisherman photo, if that were a JPEG photo, can what we did, everything we did in Camera Raw, can pretty much be done in Photoshop?
Yes, and yes, and in fact, that is one photo that I did bring, the JPEG and the RAW. Okay, so you have an example exactly here for you to test it. Yes, you can do everything we did. It would be great for you guys to open both, and I'm not going to have us do it during class, but it would be great for you to do open in Camera Raw to the JPEG and then try to process it and see the difference, because the whole point is that the JPEG is already going to have less availability of pixels in the extremes. The JPEG will have been clipped by the camera, where you will have less access to changes, not because any of the tools will be changing, but because the brights might already be clipped and the blacks might already be clipped. And so you'll have a harder time getting the same result. If I hit auto right there, the computer just did some whatever auto is for the computer. And then if I open these shadows like I did before, it's working, but it's got like a different sheen to it, like you're forcing it. It's got some shine in there. The result will be a bit different. Now, it's not a horribly blown out kind of image, so it might give you a good enough image, but like the white, I doubt it's going to get up. I doubt this light is going to look as good as it did on the raw, but it would be interesting for me to have you guys try to process both and see whether that works. Now, one thing we can do, and I don't normally teach that, to cancel all changes and dismiss camera raw. Yes. One thing that you can do is you can pick up the corrections done in one and apply them to the other. So let's do that because that's a good question. Since I brought the two, let me just show you how to do that. You can do it either with them both open at the same time, or you can do them from here, from Bridge. So if I right click the raw version that already has corrections done, right? And I go over to develop settings, copy settings. So all the settings I put in this image, and this is typical when you have like, say you photograph a portrait of someone and with the exact same lighting, you click 20 times. And you know, boom, same exact lighting. Well, you process one and then you apply those settings to the other 20 and then they're all correct. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Now, the issue is that all these corrections are based on the lighting. So if at any reason your exposure changed, your lighting changed or something like that, that won't work. But many times you have the same moment shot 3 times, process one, apply it to the rest. So we're going to copy the settings to that one. And then we're going to go to this one and we're going to right click and we're going to go here and we're going to paste the settings so that you can really not have to do it all over again. Ideally, it would be good for you to also practice to see what it would look like if you posted yourself. But if you do that and you paste the settings, then it says which settings and it asks you because I copied all the settings and maybe you only wanted to copy the optics correction or the calibration correction or whatever. But let's just say that we are going to exactly the same. And we'll say, okay, because you could just turn it all off and say only the light settings or whatever, but we're going to say okay to that.
Oh, it's brilliant.
What's that? Now,
Right.
we did some masking on that one, didn't we? So we should probably include the masking because it is exactly the same. Masking is harder to copy automatically because if the person moved a little bit, the masking went away. But in this one, it's the same one, JPEG or RAW. So in this one, even the masking can be changed, right? And we did some remove. We did, I don't know, did we do some cropping on this one? I don't know. So why don't we just say check all of them? Let's just copy all of them. Because I do know we did some masking. I don't remember if we did any cropping. Maybe we did. Okay, and let's just say okay, so that all of them get copied. And there we go. So now here we have. Now let's open both at the same time. Let's right click. Let's click on one. And even in the little tiny, make it a little bit bigger here. I can already see that the results are different with the exact same settings. Where are they? Here. So this is the raw, and this is what happened with the same settings to the JPEG. You see that? Even though it's the identical photo, this one's already, you can see, been affected differently by those settings. Let's select both at the same time. Shift, click on one, hold down the Shift key and click on the other one. So we've got two. Okay, so remember, click on one, Shift, click the other one. So now two are selected at the same time. Now let's do a right click and open in Camera Raw. And now you have them both open, one at the bottom of the other. Oh, this is new. Okay, AI edit status. This button will be highlighted when some AI setting needs to be updated to render your photo properly. Okay, they've got so many new AI updates coming on that, okay. And so shift click to apply all updates. Okay, so this is a new, because I just updated my Camera Raw the other day. So if you had just updated your Camera Raw or not, this is new. And so it's warning me. This is little button down here that if you want, if there's an update, you click on this. So shift click to apply all updates. Okay, that's good to know. So I'm just testing it. I did shift click and I clicked it. And so updating AI settings might take some time and I probably shouldn't have done that right now. I did, there it is. Okay. So if you did update your Camera Raw, you might have that tool there. That seems to be new. Okay. So here we go. This is the one that we fixed. This is the raw that we ended up fixing the other day. And I'm seeing that I don't like much what happened there with the lights. I think I was playing around with that stuff and I never rent it back. And then this is the JPEG with the exact same corrections. And you see how there's it was as if it applied to a different photo, even though it's the exact same moment, so the masks fit and everything. What I would have needed to do with a JPEG would have been different for it to look good. Does that make sense? Because the exact same settings didn't give you the exact same results. And you might like it more or less. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I don't like that contrasty stuff that's happening here. That seems weird. I actually like the trees better. I don't like that haze. I don't, some things are trying to see. I'm going to turn this off so that we can see the image without the red and the blue lines. And this light looks much better than that light just by virtue of having it have been the raw file that had more work on it. I think that the blacks, the details in the black look better in the raw. Look at how crazy the color went in the JPEG version. That's not to say that you couldn't have fixed the JPEG version to make it look good. Just that when you apply the settings that you applied to this one to that one, it processes it differently because it was really a different photo. Does that make sense, you guys?
Mm-hmm.
So it needs to be processed independently, but that was a good test to show you how, yes, pretty much everything that's there you can apply, you can do it, you can do the same things, but you're starting with an image that's different. It's shot in the exact same moment, but it's a different photo. All right. Any questions? Someone had their hand up. I thought it was Sharon, but it went down, or Jacob. Someone
No,
had.
it was me. I
Oh.
was lost trying to find the JPEG version, but I
Oh.
did find it.
You found it. Okay,
I
great.
just missed when you did the split screen on the two or whatever. So
Oh, okay. So let me do that again. Let me cancel. So we're going to close these. Cancel all changes. This is camera raw. Yeah. So it's just that in the, and I see what's up. Remember, for a while we were sorting by type. So yours were separate because one was raw and one was JPEG. At some point I shifted to sort by file name, so they became two together. So that's, but if you can leave them still by type and click on one, and then if you're on a Mac, you hold the command key. If you're on a PC, you hold the shift, the control key. But so if I were to hold the shift key right now, guys, which we did before, everything in between these two would be selected. You see that? So the shift key connects everything in between the two clicks. That's why when they were next to each other, that worked for two. But if yours were separate like this, then it would have to be Control for PC people and Command for Mac people, where you click on one command and then click on the other, and then you get those two. Or click, Control, click if you're a PC. And then you have both of them selected together, okay? So go ahead and try that in case you were in. And now when you say open, on one of them, it doesn't which open, since both are selected, open camera or not, they both open up. Okay, did that work now for everyone? Control for PCs and Command for Macs. All right, so now let's cancel out of them because I didn't want them open anymore. And I guess I'm gonna go back to sort by file name. We'll keep them in sort by file name. And now I'm gonna go to the JPEG version and I'm going to right click, develop settings, and I'm going to clear settings. So we get rid of those settings from that one. Now you might want to leave the settings there and then just modify them, adapt them, or you might start from zero. But at this point, I'll let you make that decision to play with that one. We're not going to reprocess the same one today. And then we will move in to Photoshop with some other material. So for now, give me a yes when you caught up to doing this, like you were able to clear the settings and it's back to being the original JPEG and all is good. Then give me a little old yes, and then we'll move forward. All right. Shamuel, had you raised your hand before? And I kind of feel again that someone raised their hand and I was going to answer them in a minute and then I didn't.
I did, but
But you got it.
I'll just send you an email on the question I had.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
All right.
thanks. It was about the class, that's all.
Okay. Well, so if it's about the class, go ahead and ask me. I need to, someone knows.
So do you have like a map that you give everybody that the first class we're gonna do this, second class we're gonna do this, third class we're gonna do this?
No, I do know what we're going to be doing, but I don't have it written out because I change it every single time. Like every class is different. So I'm not going to be teaching you the exact same things in that class. Oh, thank you for, I guess you're new to me, so you don't know that, and I just made this assumption everyone knew. In each class, I'll teach something different. Yes, the basics have to be followed. There's like the tool has to be taught, but I'll teach it with different images. I'll teach it with a different example. It's not like I'm going to have you sit through the same stuff. So I'm going to teach you Camera Raw, but I'll use a different image. Each time use a different image. The tools that you need to use and apply are different. Does that make sense?
Yes, and then is that the same thing you'll do with the two new classes? I mean, the classes you're teaching on Monday and Wednesday night?
That's what I mean.
Yeah, okay.
So like on Monday and Wednesday, if I teach Camera Raw, it won't be with the same images. It'll be with another image. And so the examples that we'll do are different. This time I taught some things in Camera Raw that no one had ever seen. We're going to keep delving deeper into the masking in both Camera Raw and Photoshop. And sometimes I'll focus more on Photoshop, more on Camera Raw. So basically, I try to give a rounded explanation of everything from beginning to end of class for each class, but I'm always practicing with different material.
Okay, thank you.
So the questions that come up are different. The practice that you get is different.
Okay,
And
thanks.
even if you take the same class, you know, some of here, Jacob, Rebecca, Gerard, over the last few years, you've all been taking the class sometimes with spaces in between, sometimes directly. Moni, and I venture to say, you tell me, there are things that you practice repeatedly, but for the most part, there's new material for you in each class, right?
Yeah, and it helps me get more comfortable with what I've learned in the past. It becomes more mine.
Mhm.
So I can concentrate more on the tools rather than trying to figure out what am I doing?
Yeah. Anyone else who wants to speak to what they get out of repeating the class?
Oh yeah, some of my classes with you, it seems like you get the basics and you get drilled on the basics, and then you typically have like 25% new things every time I take the class.
Mhm.
So it's
Great. So there you go.
Thank you.
Well, that's the answer to everything, to everyone, the answer to the world. No. So basically, yeah, that's how I try to teach in part because I do want people to come to keep learning, to keep advancing. And as I always say, it's not just about working with my images. My goal is that you keep working with yours, right? And then you get to really put it into practice. And that's my ultimate goal.
And Deanna, I just wanted to mention, because people do work on their own things, new things pop up for that, because their examples show us something that may not have been part of your plan. So
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. Sometimes somebody shows something or does something or gives me an image and I say, oh, can I borrow this and bring this one up? It's great. And then we use it in class. And yeah, because it's like, I don't have an example of that. And you brought the perfect photo of that. And then everyone gets to learn that. So yeah. So I have a list of the things I'm going to be teaching you and what the tools are that I'm going to be teaching you, but I'll apply them differently. Okay. Now, one last thing that I didn't mention is that Photoshop used to change very slowly and now it changes very rapidly. So there's also that adapting to the new material that actually Photoshop is providing, right? Anyway, cool. Thanks for your question. Now, there are some tools more and more. It used to be very clear what you would do. Oh, Rebecca, sorry, your hand is up.
I also wanted to mention the great benefit of being able to use Photoshop at a discount
Oh, yeah.
when you take classes. That's big.
Yeah, that's true. And not that I want to shoot myself in my own foot, but once you're a student, you could be a student only one session and you still get a whole year before you need to be a student again. But forget you heard that because now, yeah, you have to keep taking classes all the time or you can't use it.
Huh.
You keep us coming back.
All right. I lost someone there now. Okay. Let me clear your answers. Here we go. All right. Um, cool. So, but there is an advantage to that if you already know the basics, then when you come back to class, if you do have the plumber coming in, it's not like you'll be so lost if you missed part of it or something like that. You can catch up easier. But you also want to keep attending when you can and not necessarily 100% of it or you'll be lost. So that's also good. Okay. So let me just to clarify, guys, and let me go over to our, because I know that I brought it up. Let me go back here. Have I shown this class the cheese reflections one? No.
Cheese?
We haven't
Yeah.
worked on it. You showed us the picture in the
Showed
bridge.
it to you, but I didn't do it. Yeah, good. That's because I know I showed it to you, but because I had you clear the results, that's why. I was like, wait, I was about to have us open it, and then I went, but I remember showing it to you, and it's because when I first put it up, it was already corrected, and then I had you guys clear it. That's why. I'm like, wait, I know that I talked to you about this one. Okay, so there's one called Cheesy Reflections, but I just had to go check and see if I'd made you work on it because I was pretty sure I hadn't. But so there's a new tool. This is a new Camera Raw tool. So now this is a DNG. So it's a Camera Raw and it's a Camera Raw image. So let's go ahead and double click on it. Hi, Shelly. Um, it's called Cheesy Reflections. So by just double clicking it, it should open directly into Camera Raw. Now, someone the other day said that they were double clicking on a Camera Raw and it was opening into Photoshop. I think we fixed that, but in case you are one of those people, then do a right click and open in Camera Raw on that one. But remember, there was someone, I had 3 people who had issues with CR2s, and then it turned out into 2, and then down to 1, and then it turned out to
Yeah,
not.
I was one of them after
Okay.
I made sure all the updates were installed. That
Then
one.
it worked. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good. I remember that something was happening and that it cleared out and cleared out and cleared out, and I thought there was one person left in that. Okay, great. Okay, so does everyone have their little cheesy reflections popped in? Now, this one was always a very hard one to fix. So reflections were very hard to fix. Let me zoom in a little bit because there was a way, there was a possibility. Sometimes a reflection was fixable in that if you basically get this side and this side and you were able to do a good enough mask, but see how reflections are not very like easy to mask because they always have doubles and triples and stuff depending on the width of the glass. You could add some contrast, you could add some stuff, and you could lessen it. You could make it less bad. If the intention was, sometimes you take a reflection because you're intending to take that reflection, like it's part of the photo. You're trying to make a photo where you see the person reflected watching. I mean, it's the goal of the photo. But if the reflection wasn't the goal of the photo, it was very hard to fix. That was one of those things that always looked a little bit cheesy, let's say. So there's this little tool that's kind of cool, and I'm trying to remember. I believe it's in the remove tool. So let me head over to the remove tool. That's automatic now. And is it in here? Yeah. So in the remove tool, they've been adding a lot of stuff here. This is the one that became a generative AI tool. You can generative AI. You could not use generative AI for some of these things, but if you don't use it, it could or not affect the results. And I always say, it's not that it's better or worse. As they make the AI better, it's becoming better, but sometimes you still get better results without it. And the other day we had that shadow in the sky in the corner that we didn't finish fixing, that I said, oh, well, I'll teach you the other tools, and I didn't get around to teaching the other tools. So that's part of what we're going to be doing today, is learn more of those retouching tools. But under this remove tool, they have some new stuff. And here they have a pretty cool one called reflections. They have a people one, a dust one, and a reflections. And these are all from the last few months. So here's the reflections one. And by the way, I'm just going to click on it and that's all I'm going to do. But notice that whenever there's a triangle on the right side, that means that there's more choices. Okay. But let's go ahead and click on it. See how just clicking on it opens up. Sometimes the tool can be clicked just by using it. And then sometimes you have to drag open the details. All right, so this one is as simple as saying apply. Now, they have a couple different qualities, preview, standard, best. Let's go ahead and just apply it in preview mode. And that's it. When you click apply, it's going to read the image. If your computer is a little bit slow and isn't up to the task, especially when you're on Zoom, that's okay. And here we go. Wow. Wowza, 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 right? So I'm going to head over to 100%. And over here, I'm going to click and choose 100%. And that place where those weird edges were, there's still a little bit of a reflection. I mean, it's not 100%, but the idea isn't to make it, it is after all the glass. See how there's a bit of those little lines, a little bit of that stuff is there, but for the most part, it's gone. But I mean, obviously it's a glass. You can still see some things. And there's one area where it wasn't able to make that much of a difference. And I'm going to go ahead and turn this off so you can see what it was before. And it's the area where we had bright blue sky originally in that part of the image. So over there you were reflecting buildings and stuff, and this piece was reflecting bright blue sky. And so when it fixed everything else, it got to the point where there's just not much there. Like over here, there's a lot of image that it can fix, but over here, there was just not that much there, and it wasn't able to fix that portion of it. Do you see that? Now, I'm going to go ahead and I turned it off, and now I'm going to go ahead and say, what's the difference? What can it do if what you tell it is to do best? So I went from preview to best, choose best, and I'm going to apply now. Now, the problem with doing this is that it might take too long. So we can keep talking for a little bit, and then maybe you do or don't do it. But I've done this before on my own without being on Zoom. And I did it on a different image though, and it did give me a much better result. But I haven't tried it on this one. So as we are talking about stuff, and I should have done this when we were talking about the new class, because it's going to take a little bit of time. But anyway, thank you, Shelley. I saw your message. Got it. Okay. Sorry. So by the way, when you guys write to me in the chat, if it's something that's about the class, please make sure that everyone can see it. But when it's something personal, you know, my headaches or I'm picking up the kids or whatever, you're welcome to either tell the whole class or not. It's your choice. And then you can just directly message me. So sometimes when I laugh at something that someone says and you're like, what is she talking about? It was a message to me in the chat. Anyway.
See, you're already at 50% done. Mine is still at like 29%.
Yeah, I would recommend it. I depends on the power of your computer. I'm working on a pretty good, powerful one right now. But it could also be how fast your internet connection is, because I'm on Zoom and I'm using AI. AI depends on you being online. And so it could be that I have a faster connection. I'm actually wired into my Wi-Fi. So, you know, there's many reasons why it's different, but it's okay. If it doesn't work for you as a sample, I'll have you say cancel and we'll move on, right? I don't want everyone sitting here for 15 minutes. I knew that this wouldn't be that long, and it's okay to talk over it while it's happening, but I don't expect you to do it. Just do it afterwards as a practice when you don't have Zoom and you don't have a ton of other stuff. And remember always to turn every other app you have running on your computer off. So if you have a couple of other apps, in particular the internet, with a few tabs open, close that up, because all of that is taking up computer processing power and you want it all focused on Photoshop. Yes, Shamuel?
Does this work on JPEGs too? Like a camera picture that has a lot of reflection?
Yeah, it does. All of these tools work on JPEGs. If you right click and open them on JPEG, whatever whatever. There's only a couple. I showed you a couple, that lighting. Okay, so here it's finished processing. That was a quick 4 minutes. I think it took less than 4 minutes. Hi, Colette. Nice to see you. And and one thing I didn't do, silly me, I didn't do a snapshot. So I'm going to do a snapshot right now of this one. I'm going to do a snapshot. I'm going to click on the plus. So this is best quality remove reflections. Okay. So that later we can come back and I'll do it again in less best and see. But if I approach this one at 100, let me go back to 100%. I'm still seeing some of that extra reflection that's behind. So it doesn't seem to have changed too much. See how there's that building over this piece of cheese. And in fact, I like this less. There's something new here that I don't like at all. See how it created this like rough texture? I don't remember seeing that before. It's like it created like wood texture on this whole part of it. That's interesting. And this doesn't seem much better than before. It seems better, but not better enough. To me, it's fine to leave it a bit of it looking like there's a bit of a reflection on a personal level. So I thought the other one was pretty good, but I thought this would give us better because my experience with the different photos that it gave us better result. But I don't like this at all. See what I'm talking about? Kind of let me go even closer so maybe you can see it online. It created this fake texture everywhere. It picked up from some of this texture and it put it over this piece of wood. It put it everywhere that looks horrible. So I don't like that at all, in fact. So I
What it
like
is it's a reflection of the tree that didn't get removed.
Yeah. Yeah, and it gave it a texture as if it's there. So there we go. Now I took a snapshot. Everyone, just remember the power of snapshots. I took a snapshot of this result.
Mhm.
We'll be done with this image in a second, Colette, so I'll help you catch up. Oh no, Colette, that's true. Colette was here, and that's true. She's also out. She's her power left, just like Mike's. So this is new. Not even people who had told me that was going to happen. There's two people who have no power this morning on top of the people who said they wouldn't be here. Okay. All right. Anyway, so let's make that snapshot. Let's go back to remove. And now let me switch it, turn that off. So this is what the texture that that the photo was picking up from. So maybe it was there and I hadn't noticed it. How interesting. Because maybe I was focusing so much on the reflection that I hadn't noticed that it had that. Let's try that. So now I'm going to go ahead and go back to preview mode and I'm going to apply it again and then I can compare the results from one and the other. So now I'm going to just apply the preview. See, in the preview mode, it left it there. It didn't create that. So now I'm going to go over here and do a snapshot of preview quality remove reflections. So now I can go from one result to the other result. So I can just hover, that's what I got, and this is what I got. So so the part that mattered, which was this reflection, it looks better. Here comes Colette again. But not better enough to really mess with the tree this way. You know what I'm trying to say? It really, I don't even know. It looks much better because it just gives this weird glint. I actually like the preview much better. And since we're at it and we're testing this while we're talking, I'm going to go and see what it does with standard and let it apply for standard. Hi, Colette. So you're also out of power. Yeah, Mike's also out of power. How weird. Anyway, are you in the San Roque area-ish?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Mike is also out of power, but it came back, or do you have a generator?
No, I'm not sure how long this is gonna last, but the power is back. The internet is not back yet, but yeah, we
Weird.
should, I can follow along at least now.
Okay. All right, so here's the results of my in between, and it's beginning to give me that tree texture. You see that? So it really is in between, and let me go back here and do a last snapshot of
Standard.
standard quality remove reflection. So here's standard, and I'm going to the bad part, right? Here's preview, it's just softer, and here's best, where suddenly that really doesn't work for me. So I'm in between standard or preview. Yeah, Gerard, I think standard, that's good enough. It has some texture, but you can tell it's from the reflection.
Diana, I was hoping you could, I could share my computer because I didn't get, I'm back to the preview mode. It came out totally different. I don't know what I did wrong.
Okay. Let me just note, I'm noticing something though that I hadn't noticed before because I'm at 100% before I have you share your screen, is that the one that I liked better, that was the preview quality. It's not just the reflection that changes. Of course, I liked it better because it was smoother. So let me hit over to preview, but the whole thing got softer. So it's 100%. And look at how soft the cheese is versus the standard. So that's preview quality. Look at the cheese. And here's the standard quality. See how it gets sharper? And the best, it looks really sharp. So I wasn't expecting them to completely affect the quality of the image, because at 100%, your image has to be as sharp as it's going to be. Maybe that image wasn't that sharp at 100% to start with. Now I need to see without any of that. So I'm going to do the third one, and I know that you have a question, but suddenly I really need to know this. My fourth version is going to be take it off completely.
Diana, wouldn't you expect that because of the thick glass in front of it to begin with, that there's no way that that cheese was going to be as clear and sharp?
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm looking at right now. In the original photo, it looks like it's okay. It's not a bad, it's not sharp. This cheese isn't not sharp, but it is kind of muted because you're behind a reflection. So this is, and I'm just noticing this right now, okay? That as I go over here and no reflection removal. So now we have the no reflection removal, the preview quality where it really lost a lot. See, look what it did. It really became soft in the preview quality version. Then in the best quality version, it actually made it look like there's no glass in between, which isn't correct because it is a glass in between. So I'm still back to saying that I kind of like the standard best because it removes the reflection, but it doesn't, it kind of goes from there to there. It looks real. Like the cheese looks like it's still behind a glass. It doesn't look like, whoa, this is perfect cheese when it's not behind a glass. This is actually standard, to me, is the best. So now, while those of you who understood what I've been doing, give yourself the try. Now I'm going to take questions, okay, to help. Some people aren't here, haven't done this yet. But if you have, I basically tried the four, no reflection removal, and then the three choices, and I made a snapshot of each one so that I can compare to see which one I like and what the differences are. Before, I was just focusing on the reflection area. But now I went to the rest of the image and discovered, you know what? I really don't like what the best did anyway. All right, so yes, Karen?
Yeah, let me see, I go back sharing here.
Oh, sorry, I had to stop my share.
Okay.
You were trying to share. Yeah, I have to stop mine before I
Share.
can let someone share. So yeah, go ahead and share.
Okay, and let me see where it is. Where is it? There's Photoshop. There, see how it came up weird looking?
No.
It's not sharing yet. You need to click share and then share again. You have to do two shares.
Oh, okay.
Bottom bottom button on the second screen.
It always knocks me out and I have to share again. Okay,
Yeah, so you click on the button one time, and then on the bottom, there's another share button that's,
okay,
there we go. Now we're gonna begin to see it.
okay.
Okay, so now go back to,
That's how I came out in the preview.
oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't know why mine would be different than,
Okay, so are you on VDI or on your own apps? You're on your own app, right?
yeah.
Okay, just that's the first thing I need to question, just because, you know, if you're on VDI, artificial intelligence. The second thing would be what I was saying before. Maybe you have a lot going on, or like I'm seeing your Chrome is up and running. Maybe you have a lot of stuff going on. If it's just you have quite a few tabs
get rid of-
open.
yeah.
I don't know. I would recommend just quit the whole app. That seems to be the only other thing. You have something that says 42. Is that emails or
Get rid of everything.
okay? Most important, you can close this one too, by the way. You're done. So you can close this Zoom one too. You can close the whole app because the app stays open. Did you see what I mean? The one you went and closed all the other tabs, but you can close the whole thing. That app that says you open Zoom, you need it to just open, and then after that, you don't need it anymore.
But if I go back, like it, I mean, that's what it looks like.
Yeah,
And
so
doing the preview, apply, it looks like that.
all right, so one thing that you have going over here is that I didn't show it, and in this case, I don't think it'll make it any better, but right under the preview, let me get my little pink, hold on, pencil so I can write on yours. Guys, I didn't show it on mine, but when you get a result, then you can modify that result. Right now, I just went for the original result on all three, but you can get the one that you like best, like say that you go to the best and then you bring down the effect a little bit or a lot of
Oh.
it. And so maybe that fixes it. I'm not sure, but you get to a place where it just doesn't work too much or keep, you know, right now that reflection doesn't seem to be too removed. The moment you start removing it, it starts going weird. So yeah, there's something about yours not doing it. This is where I would say that give it a try after class to see if it makes any difference when you have nothing else on. But what I was pointing to is that over here in the Chrome, you left Chrome running. There's one more tab there, the one that said Zoom, and I was trying to get you to go there again because I want to show everyone. Can you go for a second to your Zoom, to your Chrome? Because a lot of people think that they need to keep this one open. This one only connects you. Once you're done connecting, you don't need it anymore. So you can get rid of it. You know what I mean? And that then that would close the entire Chrome because Chrome takes a lot of energy to run in the background. And then I don't know what this is that says 42. It might be smaller. It might be an app that runs a lot of stuff. So that one, if it's unnecessary to keep it open, if you do a close to that one, then go ahead and clean this result up with that little thing and then try it again. But what is this? Can you close this app here? Karen?
Yeah.
Can you close this app before you do anything else? Is this an app that you can close? Down on your dock, you have another app running.
Yeah, I don't have Chrome anymore.
Okay, but I was pointing to another one. And now,
No,
now it all changed. No, hold on.
no, I don't have that. I don't have that.
This one that says 42. This one. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, no, that it probably isn't taking up too much space. It's connecting your phone
Yeah,
to
I don't think that takes that much space.
it doesn't take too much. Okay, that's why I just wanted to see what it was. And then you have the minimum, so that's good. So now back to here, because you were trying to do that. You can head over here and clean up the results. Okay. Remove it completely and give it another try. So come back to Photoshop. You first have to turn it on. It's not really on yet. Like the whole thing is dead. And then do the apply again. I think you had already hit that. And so now you're back to 0. And then try it one more time. Still, huh? All right, so look what other option. These are new tools. And so they're wanting to hear from you as to how it worked, right? So if you click on provide feedback, they actually are listening. And this is for others, right? To know, since we got a result here that isn't good. It tolls over here and removal, whatever discussions, it just talks about what happened. These are like, this is the Adobe community, right? And it's called discussions. It's where people talk about something. It looks like there's 58 comments on it. And you can hear everything people have been saying. Now, at first, it only worked on RAW. Now they crossed that out. Now it also supports JPEGs and HEICs in the April 24th update. As you keep reading down, you read about it, and then you start reading everything that people say about it, and you can see if it's an issue, what they say makes it better. Maybe they'll tell you a trick or two to do that makes it better. I don't know. So I haven't gone to the details of this one, but I just wanted to show that. And then you can add yourself, you have to sign in with your account's password, which if you're using the school one, it would be with your pipeline email, like whatever account your Adobe account is, the one that you through which you purchased it. And then you can add, hey, it happened to me that it gave me this bizarre result. And so this is how you guys give feedback on these new tools for them to keep changing stuff. Okay, just wanted to show you this once because I haven't shown this part of it. Wherever it says provide feedback, it's because it's a new tool that they're still wanting to work on, and they need to hear how it works in real life for people. Does that make sense? So now you can close that up again. Okay. So I wanted to show you that. Not many tools don't have that, but a lot of the new tools, especially the generative AIs, they have that so that you can tell them what's happening and why it's happening and how come it's doing this. I don't know. What I've been reading, what I've been doing is just, from what I know, it's just give your computer more processing power or have less things going on. So this is why I propose that to you. You might need to maybe turn Photoshop off and open it up again just to clear this. So like go ahead and clear your results. So go ahead and say cancel for a second, and I'll talk to you about what I mean about that. Go ahead and say cancel. Cancel and dismiss camera raw. Yep. Yeah. You want to dismiss this setting from it. Go back to bridge now. Oh, hold on. In Photoshop, you had to open images. Go back to Photoshop. We're talking about, go ahead and close these too. Sorry, you're on a PC, so the X is on the right side. Close these, okay? Because that's more stuff that the computer, so make any changes that you had, go ahead and save before it'll close. Right? And I guess you hadn't saved your changes to it. So yeah, you need to have nothing happening.
Yeah, I find like before class, I like to restart my computer so
Yeah.
it's like fresh for
Yeah.
Photoshop.
For certain, restart your Photoshop. If it's been running since a few weeks ago that we left those when we worked on those images, you want to
If
close.
you're asking Karen, no, I actually now, because I one time in our class, it jammed up. So every time before class, I restart my computer.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Because one time, like I said, it did jam up and
Yeah, but
we were
you
in the middle of
restarted,
something.
you
I had to
restarted your
turn off the computer and start
is
it and wait for
fine.
it to go through its thing.
But had you when you restarted your computer, did you have Photoshop running and it opened up again with it running? Like were those files open today because you were looking at them, or?
Now Bridge, I think Bridge stays open, but Photoshop for some reason doesn't stay open.
Okay, those
But I am guilty of
worked
leaving a
on-
lot of things open.
Yeah, and if you left those two images open from 2 weeks ago when we first worked on them, then that means that Photoshop has been restarting every time you restart your computer, but it hasn't been refreshing
Oh,
Photoshop itself.
okay.
So right now, quit
Okay.
Photoshop, go over to this little section, quick Photoshop, okay? And then restart it and then give it a new try. Quit Photoshop and Bridge, like quit them both and then open them both up again and give it another try. Okay, and then you'll tell us if it got any better. And I'm not saying it's going to be the solution. I'm just saying give it another try and hope that it is. Now, I just stopped your share, and I had one more thing to tell you. So before you open it again, this is what this was the last thing I was going to say. Go ahead and open Bridge again, and first make sure that no little icon see how mine has no icons yet because I haven't saved my changes yet. Make sure that you didn't get any icons on it. If they did, you would have to do a right click.
Yeah, there's no icons there.
Okay, good. So then go ahead and reset
Open it
that
again.
and open it up and then try it again. And again, it might just be that you're on Zoom, or it just might be that your computer isn't powerful. And there's so many reasons why, right? These things work differently. And many times when you report that it didn't work for you, you might want to tell them, my computer is this and this and that. And one of the reasons might be that it's not powerful enough. I mean, I don't know, just saying. Okay, everyone else, if you did this and you were able to compare in the snapshots the different versions, what do you think? And one thing I hadn't shown you, so I'm going to head over to the standard version, and I'm going to leave it in standard as my choice, and I'm going to go to remove, and
Screenshots?
then in the standard version, you can still,
Screenshots?
oh, thank you, screenshots. And you can still go down here and change the effects because maybe you wanted some reflections there. You wanted it to look like a glass reflection. You just didn't want it to be such a big effect. So now you can back it off a little bit to show a bit of a reflection versus no reflection because maybe it's weird to have that stuff there if the rest doesn't look like a reflection, which is really my point of view. I think that a bit of a reflection is not a bad thing. Thank you so much for that reminder, Rebecca. Everyone, I posted the Padlet a few times now, and now let's go ahead and do some let me just be at 100%. When I want the screenshots, you can to make it a better screenshot, you can move the whole image over a little bit so there's less empty space, but I want to make sure that you grab this whole distraction removal part of it. So now I'm going to do the screenshot here, and I'm going to consider compare these, and then I'm going to actually go to screenshots to the snapshots too, and I'm going to take a screenshot of this. Let me actually choose the no reflection so we can see it before, and I'm going to do a screenshot of the snapshots. People tend to forget that, and that is key. And then we're going to go over to Safari, and we're going to post Hannah, and I'm going to go reflection removal AI tool, open remove tool, and it's lower down the list. I took snapshots of the 4 versions. No removal. Preview. Standard. And best. Move the slider below to lessen the effect. And now let's get that screenshot. And then let me add at the bottom, provide feedback for Adobe to make the tool better. All right, so those are all the things that we did on that one. And then let me take one more, Diana, snapshots. Took snapshots of the 4 stages of reflections removal to be able to compare the results. All right. And publish. Okay. And I'm seeing people's different results of the cheesy reflections. I'm seeing that Jacob, Patricia, and Rebecca posted. Please, everyone, remember to do the work and post your results as soon as you can. All right. Back to Bridge, Photoshop, I'm sorry, where I have this still open. Okay, so before we move on to this one, from this one, I wanted to do 1 or 2 more things that I haven't done that I haven't done yet. I'm going to choose standard. I'm going to go with standard and as is to keep going on something. If you go back to remove, I think I liked it when I had brought it down a little bit so you could still see that it was a reflection. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to just, there you go. It's just a very gentle reflection. And that kind of helps explain this portion. So that's kind of my favorite. And the quality at 100% seemed like it was good. And if I really look up close, and this is where it's going to look like when you look at this image, if you print it, you're going to see it's a reflection. So it'll be logical that it has a little bit of lightness, just isn't that that lack of reflection completely. Hi, Mary Ellen. Thanks for
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Enjoying my grandbabies.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So thanks for joining us for the little bit that you can, but she had written to me that she's up in traveling and enjoying her grandkids.
Sacramento.
Sacramento. I didn't remember where you were. I just wanted to thank you to show everyone, even when you're traveling, if you can just connect for a little bit. She probably won't be able to pay attention. It's not you're in Italy, you're not going to be taking the class, but at least connect so that you show up in my attendance roster, because I know later you'll catch up with a recording and then we can give you attendance, the school gets paid, everything is kosher. Does that make sense? So thank you for demonstrating that. Now, if perchance they're taking a nap and you want to listen in, hey, life is good, but you don't have to. Okay. Just letting everyone know that when you're traveling, please try to at least do a little connection. Colette, by the way, I spoke about your images that you posted in the Padlet and now you're here. Basically I just mentioned how much better the photos look. So thanks for putting that in there. Don't want it to go, didn't go unnoticed that you did the homework and how much better your images look after all the work done in Camera Raw. So good job, and please do that, you guys. Work on your own images to then actually see. Now, if you don't have a photo with reflections, then don't try it. But if you know if you know that you can just walk around and take a photo with a reflection, go outside your house, take a picture of your window. Then attempt it on your own. That way you can see how it works on different reflections. And then the day you do have a reflection that really messes up with your image, you know what to do with it. Okay. All right. So, can't access the palette with Photoshop open. Okay. Not sure what you're saying there, Colette, but okay. Oh, because you said you were on your phone. That's what was up. Okay. All right.
No, it's the Wi-Fi. I didn't have enough bandwidth to run both, apparently. So on my hotspot. Yeah.
Got it. I was just forgetting. I was just like, what were you saying? Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going. So thank you for your results and for your examples. And now let's move forward. Back to Bridge, or no, back to Photoshop, and let's close this up. So here's the thing.
So do we hit done,
No,
or
no. I want to show you another tool with this image. So
Hang
we're
on.
done with the remove reflections. Now, right above the remove reflections, there's the crop tool. So let's head up, because you might notice that this photo could be straightened or cropped, and you can't see it. Once you go to the crop tool, you see it a bit less because you have those grid lines, but let's go back to the remove. It's a little bit crooked. Now, it's the kind of crooked that has to do with, I'm short, I'm standing up here, I'm taking it, moving up. So it's not like it's that crooked from the photo, but just because of perspectives. Does that make sense? Now, there's other photos that are much more out of perspective that would do a better job of showing this, but I just wanted to show you it a little bit in here. If I want to even center it so that it looks like it's got the same amount. This photo was just taken for the reflection. It's not supposed to be a great shot where I might have later taken more of the building or something. I just wanted to test the reflections. So let's head over here to the crop tool. And how this crop tool works is that, just to start with, it's showing you some lines that you can use to align against. I can go ahead and over here, I have a lot of new AI tools that existed only in Photoshop before, but now they exist in Camera Raw, which is generative expand and stuff. And we're not going to expand this one too much, but we do have, and I don't know if you have them open, but so we're going to ignore all the generative expands right now and stuff like that. A regular, by the way, if you want to do a regular rotate and flip and that kind of stuff, you have them over here, flip it over, or you just don't need to do that, but just showing you that they're right there. But if you go down, you'll get to geometry. Okay. So when you get to geometry, you could use some of the automatic ones that they do here. So here's the nothing. And if I start doing some of these corrections, it's going to be the computer's is going to decide. Okay. So if I click on the A, it's balance perspective corrections. So if there was something here that had to do with me looking up, and again, this photo isn't too obvious, but if you look to the left side here, I'm going to undo. See over here that there's more the space between the end of this black and the end of the photo is different than the one that's here. Like there's more space, right? That's what I mean by a perspective. It's like I was pointing upwards. This is a very tall window, right? So when I did that, and when I went to this tool, the A automatically corrects for that. See how now the lines of the window are straight. If you could put these lines to the grid, can you see that they straightened up to the grid? So if you have a building that you're shooting upwards, Gerard, as an architect, you might be interested in this one. It corrects that perspective, okay? Now it could be that there's a different kind of correction. So let's go back to nothing. So clean that up. Then this is only perspective that's sideways or vertical or horizontal. So if this had a horizontal issue and you click on that, it fixes that one a little bit. I'm going to turn that one off. Each time we're going back to 0. Or if you click on this one, then it fixes the vertical version, okay? And then back to there. And then this one here does all of them. Horizontal, vertical, and levels. Doom, all at once. Okay. Let me go back to clearing it up. And then this last one, you need to give it some guides as to what you want it to correct to. Now, again, this isn't a very, it's not the best example of this. And sometimes I put in some pretty skewed buildings. I don't have those skewed buildings right now. But you could try it. So we're going to click on this one. Okay. And then you get to draw a guide. So click on the last one and say that you want to make sure that this aligns over to this one. And so I click on from here to there and I let go. Well, this is not much to correct. Let me go and do this one. So I've asked it to align to that one. That one did correct. Let me undo those two. I want this to be straight. So I'm going to click along this black line from the top. Click on it first. Oh, sorry, I need to turn this on again. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click again right there, trying to draw a line parallel to that line. Right there we go. And so then, let me go back to that one. Sorry, I didn't mean, where was I? I went away from that. So you get to choose. So what if I click on this one? Let me clean it up again. Go back to this one. And what if I draw a line that goes like that? Right? Then it doesn't really, know what to do. It says invalid guide configuration because it's just like, well, I can't align to that. Does that make sense down there? So I'm going to clear the guides. So it basically wants you to draw 2 or more to fix the vertical. So now I'm going to follow this line and then I'm going to follow this bottom one. And once I do that, then it applies the correction because I've told it what is it that I want it to correct. Okay, so I told it this time what to correct. instead of letting the automatic things do it. Okay, so keep clearing them out and trying them, and then hopefully we'll find a place where we can get I don't know. Let me see. Did I bring an image that needs a lot of correction? Well, I have one that needs a lot of perspective correction. Yeah, I have some here. We're gonna do that. I thought I had. In fact, I have this one. I had set it up for Photoshop to do a perspective warp. I'm going to show you that one later because it needs a lot of help. But maybe we can try it on this one too. I brought quite a few. I thought I had brought quite a few of those skewed images. Okay, good. I do have others. So now just choose one of those that you want. Since we're still in the crop mode, right? In the regular crop mode, don't forget we can click back on the crop tool and say that you wanted to have it be only the black lines around say that you didn't want it to even look. Oh, see up here, I didn't finish correcting that. See how up at the top, I didn't correct that line. And if I try to crop to that line, see how the top line isn't fixed? But anyway, I'm going to go and use a different image. But now I just took away any reality of it being a building or anything. And I brought in the lines all the way to the black. Right? And then if you hit the return, then boom, it's been cropped to the black. And again, I didn't straighten that corner so that I wonder if I could add a guide to that.
Deanna, so after you draw the lines and you like the the lines around it, you click done.
The moment I draw these guides, once I have more than two, whoops, I got that one. So once you have more than two, and here I'm drawing 4 of them, now it gave this a perfectly square, exact connection. But you need to have more than 2 for it to start doing it. As I draw the second one, when I'm finished drawing the second one, it corrected. I didn't have to do go or return or anything. I just drew my lines. Okay. Let me clear everything. I'm going to clear all the guides. And I'm going to, in fact, clear that crop. So I'm going to go over here to crop and expand. I'm going to restart. So watch. How to one more time, how to use the draw the lines. I'm going to go ahead and make the choice for the last one. So if you need to, just watch. Chosen the last one. Oh, here comes Barbara. Okay. Chosen the last one, which is draw the guides. Make sure that this tool is turned on. See how, like when you click on it, it turns on, but in case you turned it off, that has to be turned on. Okay. Now I'm going to draw guides that follow the internal, like when the black turns into yellow, so to say, I'm going to draw guides from there to there. So I'm going to click from here to here. And I'm making sure that it matches, like make sure to keep it as best as you can following the line. I'm going to go from there to there. Then I'm going to do another, see how nothing happens right now. But the moment I do my second one, I'm going to go from there. And I'm dragging it over to here and I'm waiting until I make sure it matches. The moment I let go right now of this one, there, I let go. See how it already corrected those 2 lines? Now I'm going to go from here to here. And I'm going to let go. And then I'm going to go from here to here. That one needs to be, I clicked a little bit further in. There. So now this square that I made is as straight as can be. Does that make sense? Its perspectives have been corrected on all 4 lines of it.
Okay.
Like I should be able to crop straight to that and it would be a perfect crop. Okay. And it's the moment I made the second line and let go of a second line that the corrections began to happen. So I didn't need to make it happen, which is different. But in Photoshop, when you make the perspective, you set your lines and then you make it happen. Here is just the moment you let go of your mouse, it corrects that. And you can still touch it and move it. Like that was a mistake. You can do that. And now like I can go back to this line and say, well, I didn't get it right. So I don't need to start from 0. I can just recorrect it. Okay.
Thank you.
So if I told it it would be this, it's correcting to that, but of course I'm getting a disaster because it wasn't really correct. So now I have to back it off to bring it back to here. Okay. So now if I wanted to grab the edges and crop into it, which was the next thing I did, but before I move on to the next thing I did, give me a yes if you got to here, if you were able to straighten that window up. And again, it wasn't a huge off, so you might have a hard time seeing it, but it's enough of a movement. Sometimes when you have a building that you shoot from the bottom, there's a huge correction when it does like that because, you know, the building's very skewed. This wasn't huge, so the results at first might not be overwhelming, but you wouldn't have been able to crop to it perfectly, right? But now, if we want to crop the whole image up, I'm going to click up here again, the crop tool, so that I get my crop tools to come back, and then I'm going to head in. And what I discover is that I've corrected this so much that I'm able to pretty much get, and oh, by the way, the preset says locked. I didn't want them locked. I want it to be custom because it was, no, not custom ratio. I just want it to be full. So now I get to choose each corner. So I'm going to leave a little sliver of black on each side. Why is it? It's locked again. To unlock it, click on the little lock. Because it's not proportional. I'm going to leave a little bit, a sliver of black over each piece. Again, this wouldn't be realistic for a photo, but I'm just showing you. So once you do have that, like the corners where you want them to be, where I'm leaving a bit of black on each side. Now I do hit return. Boom. And the crop has happened where I have just a little sliver of black. On some of the sides, it's more obvious. On some of the other sides, you can't tell so much because it has the same color as the background. But I left that same sliver all around it. And again, this isn't something I would normally do to a photo, but I'm just showing you how much you can use that tool to straighten it to the point that you can make it be exactly right. So once this has been done, give me a yes. And by the way, yes, I am being inspired by Rebecca's reminder. We are going to do the tools. I want to go back to the guides. That's the screenshot that I wanted to. I'm going to do a photograph of this point, a screenshot of this point where we had our drawing our own guides, which by the way, normally the automatic would have done the regular corrections for you. It's just that right now we had, I'm wondering if I were to put a big pink thing over here so that when I go do my screenshot, yeah, look at that. My screenshot is going to show where the tools are that I'm trying to showcase. There we go. And then I'm going to clear that pink. And then when I go back, I turn on the crop tool right there to get the other crop lines. Okay. And now let's go back to Safari and I'm going to post those two. Crop. First, I'm going to say crop tool, perspective corrections. Either it can be done automatically or choosing vertical and horizontal individually. Or, as in this example, I can draw the guides myself. I drew guides along all 4 window edges to get it rectangle. Then I cropped to that rectangle. Okay. So here was the perspective guides. Publish that one. And then the last one is the final crop to the perfect rectangle. Publish. All right, so here's what I wanted to say. When you guys are trying to figure out, when you're coming here, it's not just about you posting it, but what if you wanted to see what I had written about these things? And it's hard to find my stuff amongst everything. So, by the way, let me pin this one in the post of request to sign up to the HyFlex one. You can go over here to the search and you can say, I want to see Diana's posts, right? And right here, now you've got all of my posts where I tried to write a little bit more about each one of the things that we're doing. You see what I mean? Or maybe you want to check out your own. You want to just check out Rebecca's posts, and here are Rebecca's posts. Does that make sense? So go ahead and do that so that you can pick up the tools as they are being explained, Moni's, etc. Okay. So now I'm going to go back to Diana in particular because I do my best to explain to you what tools I'm using and what it is that we're doing so that you can repeat that when we're done, when it's time to do your homework. Does that make sense? Plus, I've posted all of the tools and homeworks and things like that. So you'll get those from if you search for me too. And then when you're done with seeing only Diana's, you click on this X and you see everyone's posts. Okay?
Hey,
All right.
Diana, just a quick question.
Yes.
Could you show us your camera raw? And where you have generative expand and
I
and
didn't do generative expand.
oh, right there you have crop and expand. Mine only has crop.
Well, I mentioned that I was surprised to see that expand was there because in the past we didn't have expand in AI, but that it's new. So maybe I just updated mine. So maybe mine has it and yours still doesn't have it.
Yeah, I maybe I had another update. I'd done the same this morning. I thought I had the latest, but maybe
You
I don't.
updated it this morning? Okay. I
Yeah,
didn't.
I have
I
17.5.
updated it 2 days ago, so maybe yours is newer.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
I just was and
I was
where
always
it says generative expand, I don't have that either.
So
So
the generative expand was in Photoshop. I've always demoed it in Photoshop. This is the first time I see it in RAW. So either you're more updated and they took it away, or mine is more updated and they added it. I don't know.
yeah.
Normally
Okay.
I've shown this in Photoshop, then I'm not going
Alright.
to show it here right now. I'm going to show it later in Photoshop. Again, a Camera Raw didn't used to have Camera Raw. I used it mainly for these tools for years. All this extra stuff that's coming in here is stuff that they've already put in Photoshop in many ways and that they're now adding to RAW. But there's some things that they have here in RAW that they still don't have in Photoshop. They're beginning, it's like it's you know, it works in one place, they put it in another, it works in another place, they put it in one. So it's a bit of a follow
Work in progress.
newness, right? And so the generative expand has been around for a while in Photoshop, but it's the first time I see it, sorry, in Camera Raw. So when you're wondering what is it, hang in there. We're going to go do this in Photoshop.
All right. Thanks.
Cool. And so once you do the crop, for that one, you do have to hit return for it to do the crop. I was just taking the picture. Good. So we've done enough to this poor little guy. Give me, actually, I didn't do. Anyone else has a question? I didn't do the give me a check mark. So give me a feedback.
Actually, I do have a question.
Hold on, let me tell everyone else, Gerard, before you ask your
Oh,
question. Give
go
me a
ahead.
yes if you were able to draw your own guides, get it to be completely straight, and then you were able to crop it, and it worked. It might not be perfectly cropped or whatever, but if it worked, give me a yes. And then while you're doing that, yes, Gerard.
Yeah. Okay. So I've got my guidelines up. You're saying I hit return and it should give me an
No,
image like yours.
no. The return was for the crop. not for the geometry.
No, I'm talking about the crop.
The crop, yeah.
Oh, that's geometry. Sorry. Okay.
So this is the geometry part that the moment you drew those lines, they corrected. But then when I did the crop, I'm in this mode where I'm still, everything else went gray. Since it was a gray color, you can't tell. But if this had been colorful, everything that's outside of the crop is grayed out. I've marked with these little corners the area I want. And then for it to actually do the crop, then I hit the return and boom, the crop happened.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then I left the crop tool. If I want to crop it differently, I'd have to go back into the crop tool and say, no, I actually wanted to leave some of this in there. Okay, now crop. Now I left some in there. Now it's like, no, I wanted to take away. I have to go back to the crop tool, take it away again, hit the return, crop. Okay. Return for the Mac, enter for the PC. All right, I'm not seeing yeses everywhere. So if it didn't work for someone, let me know. If you just didn't do it yet, Barbara, you joined us in the middle of it. So it's okay if you're not there yet. We're going to start with a new image now so you can catch up.
My electricity was off.
Oh, yours too. So many of you guys. Yeah, Mike,
It
Colette.
said it wouldn't come back on till 10:30.
Yeah, well, Mike is not back, so his power is probably not back yet. He joined us at the beginning and told us that that was happening. Colette had that happening. So is your power back, Barbara?
Yeah,
All right. It's coming
and
back.
my computer turned on. My lights, I turned a couple lights on in the house so I'd know when it came
Know
back
that
on.
it's coming back. Yeah, to have yeah. All right. Cool. I was saying the other day at 3 a.m. the lights went off in my house, but normally at night people have lights off. So when they woke up in the morning, no one knew. My family, they didn't know there was no power until they started to, I saw
I
my
think I
husband went
have.
to turn on the coffee machine and it's not working. The coffee's not working.
When
And it turned out.
did you put up photos to download? Because I don't have that photo.
You found him last week. Let's do this. Last week you had the same issues. You couldn't find the photo. So
I don't know where I put
after
them.
class, can you stay behind and I'll
Oh, sure.
walk you to the photos and we'll download them on your computer so that you can have them, right?
Thank you.
Now we can do practice. What we were just doing was perspective practice. You can just do it on any photo that's available.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
yes, Mike's power came back up too because he's joining us. Hi, Mike. I guess your power came back too, right? Yeah, because Barbara just joined us with power as well. So I guess you guys got power again. All right. Thing is that let me stop my share. I was checking in on everyone to see if they had gotten the result they wanted, and it's time for break. So what I'm going to do is we're going to complete this one. We're going to take our break. Sorry for those of you who just jumped in, and then we're going to continue with something new, which is also good for those of you who just jumped in. That way we start from something new that works for everyone, and you're not left hanging. Okay, so over here, we want these changes, so we're not going to say cancel. We're not going to open. That would open in Photoshop. We're just going to say done to this one. Done. And when you go back to Bridge, when you're done, what you'll see is the corrected version. And notice that there's something new here. Not only do we have the sliders that say that I've done the basic corrections, the sliders, but we also have a little crop tool there, which points out that we've done the crop and the perspective on that one too. See that? Over here, let me make it a little bit bigger. Here we go. The photo gets bigger, but the icons are just as small. There they go. Okay. I'm going to bring it down so that I can see all my images again. But I just wanted to point that out. All right. I'm going to stop my share unless anyone has any particular question about the tools we just used. Clear your answer. Okay, so let's head over to the chat and put in the time of break. 10, be back at 10, is it 35, 45, 10:50 a.m. There we go. Okay, see you guys in 15. Those of you who are having issues with that tool that we just used, Karen, this might be a good time also to restart your Photoshop and Bridge and restart your computer and then reconnect to Zoom if needed to see if that cleans it up and if you get a better result, okay? Just give it a try. Can't hurt. Okay. Got it, Samuel. Thank you. See you next week. All right, and the rest of you, see you in 15.
Okay.
All right. All right, all right, all right. Let's get started. Let me know if you're here. If you're the people who normally don't turn on their videos, then give me a yes. And if you turn on your video, I can see you. Cool. Let me know you're there. Let me share my screen. Okay. All right, so back to Bridge. So in Bridge, we saw some of that correction, perspective warp correction and stuff and all that. Let me show you that same thing in Photoshop. Again, we have, this is not going to be perspective warp. This is just kind of repeating the same thing, but to see those tools in Photoshop, let's go find this one. This one has the unfortunate name of image 5241. I guess I didn't name this one. This is the a ceiling shot. So anyway, let's double click. Since it's a JPEG, it should open straight in Photoshop. So let's double click on it. And this is a mosaic in Barcelona that's in a ceiling of a music palace with some amazing mosaics. And there's no way when you're sitting under it, there's like this big balcony over it because it's an amphitheater. Anyway, you can't get under it enough to try to get a photo that's really straight. So that's as straight as I can make it, knowing that I could finish fixing it in Photoshop. No, this is actually one of the walls, but up high. So it's not even a ceiling. Anyway, never mind what part it is. But the whole point is that I couldn't, no matter where I stood or got under it, I couldn't really get it to photograph straight. So I just photographed it and figured, well, let's see what Photoshop can do. So where are all these wonderful tools in Photoshop? There's a couple of different sets of tools. First of all, we have the ones that just come in the crop tool. And then there's some other tools to correct perspective. So we're in Photoshop right now. You might notice that just about everyone here has taken my classes before. So I am skipping over a lot of the basics. So Karen, you haven't taken my class before. And just as a reminder, are you here, Karen? I don't see you and I don't see
Yeah, are you talking about Karen Ventura? I actually took your class.
What's that? You had taken, that's true. And I asked you before.
Summer or something
And I
like
had
that,
asked you in that before. So you know some of the basics. And then the other person, Shamuel, who had to leave at break, and he had warned me about that, was pretty new to it. And then Colette, what's your story with experience with Photoshop before this? Colette might not be back because I asked for yeses and I'm not seeing her yes yet. Okay. Because there is a lot of the basics that I'm kind of skipping because I also pay attention to who's in this class. So I just want to make sure. Anyway, you're still
Yeah, Diane, I'm good with where we are right now. Yeah.
I know that you're still getting a lot because for the photo that what you corrected for your product shot was great. But there are some basics here that I'm skipping over that I just want to make sure that you know. I'll get through it. The more I have repeat clients, so to say, and repeat students, the more I try to do some of the basics in a new way, but also advance some of the stuff that maybe I don't get to otherwise, which is why I'm looking forward to the evening class. If I can get some more of you guys, that would be great. All right. So first of all, we're going to try to do this in a way that's non-destructive. But the thing about this is that this tool that we're about to apply, which is the crop tool, it's not destructive. I'm going to show you how to make it not destructive, but in a way, once you change it and then keep applying changes, maybe you want the roses to be red instead of pink, or, you know, maybe you want to do stuff, it'll apply to the changed, to the cropped version, right? So if you then undo the crop and you made a mask, that mask might fall out of alignment. So although it's not destructive what we're about to do, if you then decide to recrop it, depending on what other things you did to the image, it might or not align to the image. Does that make sense of it, what I'm saying? Anyway, let's just do it first and then we'll see. So the crop tools here on the left side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the same little icon we had before. Let's click on the crop tool. And just to start with, the crop tool is basically supposed to be just something to straighten things. And when you try to straighten this one, let me just move it here to the right. Say that you want this thing to be straightened and you try to straighten that. The moment I click, this other grid appears to help me straighten that top line. Well, the problem then is that the bottom line now isn't straightened. Does that make sense? I mean, it's logical. All I'm doing is I'm moving the whole thing up or the whole thing down. And in this version, in this tool, there is no way to just get the perspective set for the bottom or the right or the left or all the stuff that the other one did. So the moment I try to straighten one edge, I unstraighten the other edge. So that's not necessarily going to work for us, is it? Let me hit the escape tool to get that to go away. Now, just to show you the tools, if I were to want to straighten based on this line, there is something similar to those lines that we drew in RAW, which is this straighten tool right there. And usually it's meant if you have like a landscape that's a bit crooked, you can draw this line across the landscape and boom, it straightens up, right? Yes, Sharon?
So I noticed that my ratio, well, not that ratio. You know how when it opens in
Yeah.
Photoshop, it's square rather than ratio. So my box is square. So I just have
Go
to
ahead,
move
go
it.
to ratio, and you can just try to clear it, or you can choose. You probably have chosen square right there. So then it forces it to show into a square, and if you click the clear, it goes back to 0, and it lets you choose your own ratio. But yeah, sometimes you know the ratio you want. You know, you have a 5:7 photo, you click 5:7. In this case, if it was supposed to be 7:5, you can flip it right
Oh,
there.
how do I get the box, the square box to, I select ratio, I clear, but the box is still square.
Yeah, so when you first select square, right? When you say clear, it clears the choices, but to start with, it starts with that and you need to bring it back out, right? Because it was set at that. You can also just leave the tool and come back in, and this time it won't be at square. So say that it was at square. So this is what you had. When you try to clear that, the choice is gone and now you're free. Before, let me just show you, if it said it's square, when I try to move this one over to the side, it only does it in square format. I can only have a square photo, no matter if I do the top or the bottom. Does that make sense? So
Okay, I
that's
got it.
forcing it to
Thank you.
be square. But the moment you
Yes.
say clear, I don't want it square anymore, you're still left with that box that now you need to kind of bring it back to whatever it is that you wanted. Or you leave the tool, come back, and it'll start from scratch. Oh, looks like I ended up cropping it. So, and then you
Got it.
scratch again.
Thank you.
Okay? So everyone, yeah, clear the choices, but it's a good point. Thank you. You can, as I said, 5:7 typical sizes of photography is a different ratio than 8:10. What does that mean? That one is going to be longer and skinnier, and then the other one is going to be a little bit fatter. So look at the difference. If I try to do 5:7 to this image or 8:10, it was 4:5 or 8:10. Let me flip this. See how even if I try to print this for an 8:10 for my portrait, that frame that I got, or for that, frame that I bought that I want to put it in, it's not going to give me the entire image because proportionally, the way the camera shoots isn't necessarily proportional to the way that the typical 4:5, 3:4, 8:10, the ones that you buy, the frames that are made commercially aren't proportional necessarily to the way a camera shoots. So I would have had to, if I had a frame that's 4:5, which is equivalent to 8:10, just double it, right? 4 times 2 is 8, 5:10 is 10, which would be then the next proportional to this would be 16:20, which is when it gets really big. Those proportions do not work with how our camera shoots. If instead I go to 5:7, and let me flip it over here so it's 7:5, what I lose is top to bottom. It's a bit harder to see in here because it's gray, but the 8x10 cuts off on the sides and the 5x7 cuts off up here on the top and bottom. Like if I were to see the whole image to the top, see how I'm losing that bit over there. So you're going to have to lose something, and you have to choose what you lose if you're going to a proportion that makes. Now 16:9 is the proportion that movies are shot in, and they're much longer and wider. Have you ever been watching a movie and it says it's cut to fit TVs versus widescreen, and then you see those bars, black bars up on top and bottom? So this would be the equivalent of how you would see it, black bars top and bottom. So anyway, just showing you what the ratios are for different things. If you don't want any of those, and you just go to basic ratio and you say clear, now you can move it in whichever way you want, which if you have the freedom to print this and have it be in whichever way you want, then that gives you the choice. Does that make sense? Is everyone good with that? Give me a yes if that all kind of, the whole ratio conversation made sense. Give me a yes. Now, I was mentioning that there's a similar tool to the one that we did in Raw. And everyone who had no power and just joined us right before break time, we did a lot of work in Raw with perspective and things like that, and reflection, a bunch of stuff that I highly recommend. It's nothing we've seen before, so it's all new. Anyone who has taken my classes before, that's a good half class to watch. But over here in the cropping tool, we have the straighten tool. So I'm going to turn the straighten tool on, and you know it's on if it went black. And now I get to draw a line across whatever I think was the horizon, which again, this isn't that example, but since I have a pretty straight line here, I'm going to click over here and drag, and see how I'm drawing a line. It's hard to see. Let me just put it in a place that's a bit easier. I'm going to draw that line in the dark so you can see how I'm drawing a line. Click, click, and then let go. And so then the whole image straightened to that line being perfectly horizontal. Does that make sense? I'm going to undo that again, turn the tool on again, and I'm going to click it, and it's a click and drag. So if you just clicked and it turned off, you need to turn it on again and click and drag. And then you can wait until you've seen that it's aligned perfectly to what you're looking for before you let go. And then the whole image straightens to that. Now, in this case, the problem is then that the bottom is out of whack, okay? Because this isn't regular horizon. If this were just a horizon photo, do I have just a horizon photo that needs to be straightened? I usually try to bring one. Here, let me just open this one for a second. Just watch. Let's just not do this one. Unfortunately, this one is DNG. Let me just cancel this one because it needs to be fit in between. So let me open this one and it'll open up in DNG. And I'm just pay attention. I'm going to open it in Photoshop. I'll tell you later what I did. But this is a typical photo where you're shooting, you're getting excited, and boom, you have a little bit of an off. So it's in this situation. You guys can open this one later, where if you grab the straighten, you just do like this and you click the line along the horizon, and boom, it's perfectly straight now. Okay. So that's what that one is. Rebecca, oh no, you're not calling me. Okay, I saw you kind of raise your hand. Okay, so anyway, I just wanted to show you that. It's there, guys, play with it. I just want to move in a different direction right now. So that's why I'm going to close this again. But just to show you what that straighten tool is really powerful to do. You can also use it down and up. And again, if I want one of these lines to be perfectly straight, I could just say, well, this is supposed to be the straight line. So I'm going to draw it across this, and boom, the whole image has straightened in such a way that now that line that I drew it across is perfectly vertical. Does that make sense? Now I'm going to undo all those changes back to my beginning one. So for better or for worse, that's what I'm limited to in this tool. I have other grids if I need, and we're going to talk about that. But right now, what I want to do is show you a different tool that might let me straighten this on different angles. Okay, so I'm going to leave the crop tool undone. So if you did anything to it, actually, we should probably do a screenshot of that work. Let me go ahead and say that I crop in. Let me straighten it to this line, and then do a little crop in to that, if I take that bottom row out and I straighten that top, that could be a good way to use this image. I can also click outside here and drag it around to get things to straighten. But if I were to just get rid of that row of roses in the bottom and straighten that, that's actually, it could be, and now I'm going to hit return, right? That could actually make for a good photo. I'm meaning I could, well, I didn't actually see how I didn't dig at the top perfectly well. I'm going to undo that. But yeah, I can ignore that everything in the bottom was going out of whack, and that's not bad. Let me do that one more time because I wanted it still for the, I wanted it for the screenshot. So let me do a screenshot right now of that right there. Screenshot. I guess for this one I don't need. I'll leave that one there and I'll post it later. But you see how that one got me a lot of tools, a lot of stuff, and this one has more color so you can see it better. So all the stuff that I'm leaving out, this out of the way. See the stuff I'm leaving out goes grayed out. This is the example that I wanted to tell you before. On the cheese photo, what we were leaving out was just a bit of building, so it was hard to tell. But now you're leaving out stuff that really you can see until you perform that crop, then it's just grayed out like that. And all I did here was straighten it out, and I just did the second time, I just did it by hand so that it aligned with this top line. Then I brought this one to the very top, and then I brought this one to right above where the roses begin. And you could stretch it out a little bit more or not if you want, depending. You can go to the end. Okay. And now we can say, okay, this is the shot that I want. This is the version of it that I want. You're not done. The moment you're still seeing all of this, the crop hasn't been performed. But there's one way to make this be destructive or non-destructive, and it's this really important little box. Let me circle it. Because if this is turned on, the moment I perform this crop, everything else is going to disappear. This image will lose all the rest of its information. Does that make sense? So let me do that. Let me go ahead and perform that crop. With it turned on, I can either now make it happen by clicking this check mark here, which I rarely do, but that's possible. Or I can hit the return key. I can also go down here and say done. So those are all the choices I have to perform. I could also double click inside of this. That performs it too. Those are all ways to say, make it happen. So I like to hit the return or enter key. Boom. My crop has been done. Now, in this case, since I said delete crop pixels, I mean, this is truly gone. In fact, how do I know that it's truly gone? If I go back to my move tool and try to move this background around, I have nothing left. It's deleted everything that I cropped out. Does that make sense? Now, that's not bad if I never ever want to see that stuff again. Maybe this was something that it completely wasn't part of the image, and this is a great image, but it's a JPEG. If I save it this way, if I close this file, I will have no history left to go back on. Then I'm toast if that stuff was important. Does that make sense? So if this is an image that I want, I should make sure to save as, so that this gets only stuck in a new version of the image, but my original version is still there. Does that make sense, you guys? So if everyone's been following me, I wanted you to do, I wanted you to do that. I wanted you to do the crop pixels, and I can still have history, so I can go back. So I still have it there right now, just for now. I can go back one and show you once again what I did. I straightened to that line, either using the straighten tool or just by clicking and dragging, because when you do that, you get this really helpful grid that gives you more choices. So maybe you can use those. Then I cropped into it, and then I cropped up to where the bottom flowers are missing. And now I'm going to say, go for it with the delete crop pixels. And so I did it by hitting the return. This time I'm going to say it by hitting done. And now that it's done, this is the important part. I'm going to say file, save as, or, and I don't usually want to say this one to not confuse people too much, but there is a chance here to save as a copy. So think about this through. Most of you guys are computer savvy enough, if you're here in the Photoshop class, to have done save as before. But just in case you haven't, let me remind you what you save as does. If I were to save as right now, then this image that I see, I will continue working with from here on. So let me do that. I'm going to say save as. I will create a new one. Let me call this one, change its name. Oh, I'm going to say, hold on, I need to change my tool. I'm going to call this one, why?
CRP.
Yeah, but I'm in my Zoom tool, so it's not letting me. There we go. Ceiling crop dash delete pixel, delete cropped pixels. Okay, so this one is,
It's a long name.
you can just say crop, delete crop pixels. I'm just adding the Z, but that's what we did. We deleted the crop pixels on this one. That's what matters the most to me. Okay, and we're going to save it as a JPEG, which means, and this is so important for you guys to hear, every time I save something as a JPEG, listen well. Who remembers what a JPEG is? What does the camera do to an image when it saves it as a JPEG? Can anyone remind me?
Flattens it.
The camera does more than flatten it. What else does the camera do to save it as a JPEG? You're muted. I see your mouth moving, Patricia, but you're muted. In case you were answering me, if you were talking to someone in the house, that's fine. Okay, guys, focus on me. Camera, JPEG mode, click. What happens to that photo?
It's compressed.
It gets compressed. JPEG is a compression format. What does compression do? It creates already some JPEG artifacts. It compresses it, it warms, it sharpens it, it gives it a bit of contrast. It does some post-processing, the things that I've been showing you how to do here. The camera does that to it with a fixed setting that it has. And so all of that is already done to it. But the most important one here is the one that Barbara mentioned. It compresses it. JPEG is a lossy format. JPEG compression is lossy. That loses quality. It compresses, and so you begin to lose detail in the highlights and the shadows. You begin to have these things called JPEG artifacts. Now, the camera does it in a way that's pretty minute, so it doesn't make too many artifacts, but they begin to exist. Hold on, Barbara, I want the full thought to go through. Now, you've opened a JPEG that's already been compressed by the camera. Now I'm about to save again as a JPEG, and guess what? This is a JPEG compression over a JPEG compression. So now you are once again compressing it. Does this make sense?
That's gonna be messy.
So every time you create a JPEG, you create a compression. So if you open the same file and save it as a JPEG 3 times, your third one has less quality than your first one. Each time it's compressing over compression over compression. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I recommend that you only save as a JPEG when you're ready to go. This is your final. This is the one that you're going to post, say, on your website, or you're going to make a photo of. Otherwise, in between, you should save any of these changes always as layered files, as Photoshop files. Leave them, and at the last minute, when you're ready to print this one in your 5x7 image, then you create a JPEG of that one. So you really have the camera compression and the final compression, only 2. Does that make sense? Versus, I'm going to save this as a JPEG now, and then I'm going to open it again, and I'm going to make the flowers pink, and then I'm going to save it as a JPEG again, and I'm going to open it again, and I'm going to add a teddy bear to this image, and then you save it again. Each JPEG is ruining that quality. Got it? This is just something I just want to remind you. Now, in this case, that's fine. I'm trying to show you the difference of what's happening. So we're not, this, this is just a class shot that I'm showing you what happens to the delete crop pixels and how destructive that is. So we're saving it as a JPEG. We're going to say save. And here come my JPEG options. We're going to learn more about this in the real place, and we might or not get around to it in this set of classes. For sure, we'll work on it in the evening classes. But if you just save a JPEG like this, like we're doing right now, then what it tells you is, well, how much do you want me to compress this image? And watch, it's preset to the 10 maximum. Here's my file size, 1.9 megabytes. Look what would happen if I were to go, no, give me less compression. So highest quality, less compression, large file, 4.4 megabytes. If I say, no, make it really compressed to give me a very small file, 320K, by the way, it takes 1000K to make 1 megabyte. So somewhere over here, it's still less than 1 megabyte. Over here, it's 1.4 megabytes. Over here, it's 4 megabytes. So between this and this, the file has become from really tiny to really big to really tiny, the file size. Why is that good or bad? Well, bad is you're going to have a bad quality on the image. The good of it is that it'll be a better image if it's small for the internet. Anyway, we're going to talk much more in detail about that. Many of you have sat through classes when I spent a lot of time working on the real export for the web export JPEG tool. So this is just like the little mini version of that. And right now, I don't want to lose any quality. But I don't necessarily, for this example, need a large file either. So I'm just going to go to the quality 10 now. If it's hard to find it, you can just go over here and just choose high, and it jumps straight to that, or maximum. And what it considers maximum is 10. So let's all go back to maximum 10, just so that we have the same image. That's all. 99% of the times I save it the long way with the other tool I've showed you. Only occasionally would I use this tool. So for now, let's leave it at that and let's say, okay, what I'm really trying to teach you is the whole save as features and the delete crop pixels. So let's say okay to that. And yes, you had a question, Barbara?
Yeah, when you were first talking about it, were you showing us on the computer, but you were actually like doing it in a camera? Because you kept talking about the camera quality and
Yeah, I'm just not here. When I shot this picture somewhere over the summer, at that moment when I clicked, if I shot it as a JPEG, the camera did all that.
okay.
JPEG,
I got you.
the initial JPEG compression is done by the camera. Now we're doing a second one.
Thank you.
We're already.
I just wanted to make sure I was getting it right.
Now, if you made it like we did with maximum with very little compression, the amount seems minute. By the time you do it 2 or 3 times, it does add up that you would see it. But at this point, one JPEG over another at maximum quality, meaning less compression. Okay, we're still kosher. We can still use this image. Yes, Rebecca?
Thank you.
On my quality, it was came up as 10 and it was 4.4 megabytes. When I switch it, I mean, it was 12. It wasn't 10. It was 4.3. And then when I switched it to 10 to match yours, it went down to 1.9. It really changed the size of the file.
Do you still have it? If you want to
Yeah.
share the screen, let me see. By the way, technically, if you open the same one, that's not one of those where, well, AI can give you a different result. In this case, it should have been pretty similar. Now, it could be off by a few kbytes. So like you get 35 kilobytes and I get 40 kilobytes and someone gets 32 kilobytes. But it wouldn't be huge amounts of megabytes like you're mentioning. So let me see. Go ahead and say allow. Okay. So
Okay.
right
That's
now you're not having a
So
size.
that-
It's interesting. So the max here. So max goes to 4.4. That's what mine did. Yeah.
And then when I switch that
Go ahead
to,
and do it, drag it here, just for in case it's a bit less, because that's how I did it. Dragging this one, and maybe it's a little bit less precise. Then you're putting the number, I'm just guessing. Okay, so drag it down to 10. Yeah, and that's what I got. I got 1 point something. That was
okay,
my 10. So
okay.
you said that over here you had 4 at 10, but at 10 it did go down.
So what I,
At 12, when you went up to 12 is when we had 4 point.
yeah,
Yeah, so that's fine. That's correct. That's very little compression. If I really wanted to use this photo for real, for a print, for a photo portrait or something like that, this is what I would do. I would give it the minimum compression. The only time I want to compress it a lot if it's going to the internet, and then I would use the other tool, right?
okay,
Because I can't really control what it's looking like here. So yeah, so this normally I might have said, well, no, I don't want to lose any quality, so I'll just pop it over to the right. But if I just need it for a sample, I said, let's keep it at 10. Right? We could have
okay,
pressed it more for the sample. So you're fine. It was working the same as mine. So I'm going to stop
okay.
and share. Okay, great. Let me share my screen again. All right. So back to Photoshop. So now here we are. We just created a new one. Let's not touch this. Let's go to Bridge. And in Bridge, now I have a new one. Now, since I called it differently, they're not next to each other because here's the C, here's the I, the original one. But this image is now its own creature. And it does it. I did a save as, so it popped a new file out. Does that make sense? It popped a new file right there. This is my original, untouched. So that's the good news. When you do a save as, it keeps your original. So you don't lose all those. Does that make sense? So now if I keep working on this one, I keep working on it without those pixels. By the time I'm done and save it, it'll be very changed, but I can always go back to the original. That's what I was trying to show you what a save as does. Okay? But I'm working on the one that's messed up. If I go back to Photoshop, this one's messed up. I don't have those pixels anymore, see? Now, because Photoshop has a history tool, I could still go back and undo all that and get it all back. But normally when you do a save as, it's because you don't want all that other stuff anymore. You really wanted to lose those pixels. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So the saving grace that I can go back in history is only for 50 actions. This is the important part. If I do more than 50 actions, I can't come back because they keep rolling through. And 50 actions is so easy to do when we're doing retouching, tick, 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 tick. Next thing you know, in 1 minute, you've performed 60 actions and then you can't go back to these crops. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But don't assume you can always keep coming back to it. At most, what you always can keep doing, if perchance you want to lose all the work you've done in the last 3 hours, is to go back to the original, which is always still up here. I could still have it here as long as I don't change, as long as I don't close the file. So here is where I'm now, okay? Where I moved it. Now here I did a crop and I did a save as, okay? So at this point, if I now close this file, when I open it up, I will not have history anymore, and I am stuck forever without those pixels. Does that make sense? So let's do that, because I really want you to learn the consequences. Even, it's really important. When you crop and you delete them, let's close this file now. I'm going to click on that. Do you want to save those changes? Yes, I want to save it. Actually, we've already saved it in reality. I just showed you this, so we already did the save. So when we go back to Bridge, here we go. That's it. When I open this one again, it has no history. So basically that's what I mean by gone and lost forever. So let's go ahead and open it again, just so you can believe me. It's a JPEG, it opens up, and there we go. No history. My history of going all the way back to it is this one. I have lost the rest of the images. Got it? I have lost the rest of it. But since I was thoughtful enough to do a save as instead of a save, had I done a save, had I just done a save, I would have been just as lost. And when I closed, I would not have this one here waiting for me to start over again. Does that make sense? So I'm so glad I did a save as. Yeah, because right now I can't ever invent those pixels back again. Okay. Now, so let's close this one. We don't need to save this point because we don't want to change it. So now let's go back to Bridge. We leave that one there with the delete cripples. Now I'm going to open the original one again. Yay, I had the original one. Woohoo! Got all my stuff. And that's only because I did a save as. Now, if all along you didn't want to lose anything, you were just wanting to have a version of that crop, but you wanted to keep working on the one that does still have the pixels, you could have saved a copy, and that copy goes out and saves itself, and you keep working on the right one. But I don't want to confuse the issue right now too much. For now, just that's the safest thing, is to do a save as and to keep the original one and to keep working, because normally what you do want to do. Now, let's go to the crop again. But this time we're going to turn off the delete cropped pixels. And I prefer working in this mode unless I am 100% sure that what I'm cropping out is something like, sometimes you take a picture of an art piece you just made, right? And surrounding it, you have the table, but you just want your art. You're never going to want that table. You're just taking a picture of that art. But you know what I'm trying to say? It's truly not part of the photo. What you wanted is you wanted to take a picture of your art piece to show the art that you made. So you crop into it, and you never want that rest of that again. Then it's good to delete those pixels. You don't want a bigger file for no reason. But in this case, I don't want to get rid of the rest of it. So now I'm going to do exactly the same thing. I'm going to straighten to that. I'm going to cut off that stuff. I'm going to do the same crop. So we're not getting too creative on the crop. We're doing exactly the same crop, but the only difference is that we are not deleting the crop pixels. So now when I hit return or enter or done or check mark, and I didn't straighten it as well, but never mind. Now, when I go to move this, go to my move tool and I pick it up to move it, it's all still there. Does that make sense? The crop is there for me, but I haven't lost it. Okay. If I did decide, well, no, I really want to show the bottom ones instead of the top ones, and I want to move it again, and I want to do whatever you want to do, you still have that opportunity to do that. Maybe you want to bring this row and put it up there. Maybe you want to crop this piece, straighten that, put it in the bottom, and just kind of imitate what it's supposed to look like. And you can just do that in a composite. But I haven't lost all my stuff, okay? So that's the big difference between delete crop pixels or not, that they're still there to be played with and worked with. All right? So that's the most important thing. Now, let's say that I did not want to do that, and what I'm going to do is a different tool now. So this was just showing you delete versus not delete. So now let's go to our history, which is that top choice. And remember, you can always expand a history. Usually it gets full really quickly. Let's go and say, no, undo this crop. I can just go up here, and this is when I performed the crop. And one above is before I performed the crop. So there's my undo crop. Okay. So I go one above the feature that I just did to undo that. Now there's nothing else we did, so that's it. But if I had 25 things here to get rid of the crop, if I had done it somewhere down here, I would go one above, and then I lose only that last feature. In this case, since all we've done is a crop, we only lose the crop. Is everyone good with that? Now, in this case, if I were not to matter that I lose 20 of the things I've done in between, I could also have clicked over here. And between there and here, these two are the same, but that's because I just opened it. Normally, I would have already done stuff to it. And if I click on this top one, I lose absolutely everything. Okay? In this case, absolutely everything was all we did, was the crop. So it's all the same. Okay, so now to get it out of the way, if I don't want to use it for a while, I can either click on these two little heads of arrows, or I can go back here and click on it one more time, and history is gone until I need it again. Now I'm going to show you a different tool to be able to straighten this bottom and top, which is that crop tool didn't give us that choice. There's a couple different ways. I can do it with a transform. So in order to see the differences this time, because this is destructive, it happens to the pixels, what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate my background just so you can see the before and after of these choices. So let's go to the background. Who remembers a duplicate tool, shortcut? How do I duplicate this layer? What's the shortcut for that?
Command J.
Command J. Perfect. Thank you. So that's a duplicate. Now I have two layers that do exactly the same thing. All right, you're all good with that? Just to not let this bottom one interrupt us, let's turn the eyeball off. So it's just not, which right now it doesn't matter. It doesn't look like anything is happening to the eyeball off, but later as we begin to play with this one, we would see the other one in the background. And so I'd rather just turn it off. Okay, we're working with layer one. Make sure it's the layer that's highlighted. Remember, not the lighter color. And let's get some transform controls. So the shortcut is Command T or Control T, but you can also go to Edit. And there's the free transform, which is what you call up when you do Control or Command T. But just so you see, there's a bunch of stuff here. There's perspective warp, there's puppet warp, there's free transform. All of these, content aware scale, are different ways of modeling our image differently. And perspective warp is the one that's going to give you similar tools to the ones.
Diana, the words on your screen aren't showing if your
Oh,
cursor looked
thank
like
you.
it was pointing to something, but
All
nothing.
right, so let me share my entire screen. You're right. When I share individual windows, the pop-ups don't show up. Thanks for saying that. Here we go, edit, and here's the choices. Transform, free transform, which is the one that I told you is the Command T, perspective warp, puppet warp. These are all different kind of warping images, these have been around here forever in Photoshop. Now I told you to do the Command T for the shortcut because when you do free transform, you can do many different things at the same time, but they need keys that allow you to do them. I'm going to show them to you, but let me just tell you what I mean. If you go to the transform tools only, you have scale, which means bigger or smaller, rotate, flip it around, skew, kind of do this, distort, or perspective. There's all these that you do depending individually, right? Transform perspective. So if you do just the Command T, you can get similar ones, but you have to then hold down the Command, the Option, or the Control key, or the Shift key to get them. Since we want to learn first the perspective warp only, if you did turn on this one with the Command T, because you did Command T, see how you have handles on it? Let's go ahead and hit Escape for a second so I can show you the perspective warp first, and then we can show you in the Command T how to turn it on. So go to the transform and let's choose transform perspective. Now, you're limited when you do transform perspective, you are limited in that a lot of the times when you have a regular building, it's assuming it's a regular building, and if you straighten it in one way, it'll probably need to be straightened the other way identically. Now, this is a bit of an off-kilter photo because there's a different amount of off here than it is in there. So it might or not work, and we might have to go to the individual one. But I'm going to grab this corner here, and I'm going to start pulling up. Notice that as opposed to before, when I start pulling up in one direction, it's worked on the other direction. You see that? Let's make it much more perspective-y to see what's happening. It's happening on both sides. And as long as it's the right amount for either side. And now what if you wanted one of those grids that would made it so easier before to see whether you were on a straight line? You could create a line for yourself. So Let's everyone say cancel for this for a second. Just cancel or hit escape to cancel. Because I want to show you how to get a grid line so that you can make yourself a line to make sure that you're aligning it directly. So first of all, you need to turn on your rulers, which you either do Command R, and that's a shortcut across the board of any program. So it's a good one to remember. Command R, Control R always turns on rulers. Otherwise, you can go up to View and turn all rulers right here. So see Command or R. And this is that Command or Control R is, I think, Word, Excel, PowerPoint. You mention it, that's the shortcut. Just about every editing program that I know that turns on the rulers. Now, why I want the ruler at this point is because I want to put my mouse inside that ruler. So when I touch that ruler, I can click and drag, and I'm drawing out a line that gives me a guide. So I'm going to do that again. I put my mouse in that ruler, click and drag, and I got this little guideline in that I can just grab and move around again until I put it where I want it. And I wanted a guide to be somewhere around here so that I can make sure that I straighten that to the guide. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
How do we get that line to appear?
Okay, so you turn on the rulers first, Command or Control R,
Mhm.
and make sure that you're in your move tool.
Mhm.
Put your mouse inside the ruler, the place where the numbers are, and it's measuring pixels right now. That's why the number.
Okay, oh, found it. Thank you.
Drag out and drag a ruler. If you want to, if it matters, you can drag a ruler from the other side and put it in the middle for some horizontal. I don't know. In this case, all I'm going to do is vertical, but that's just showing you that you can do them both. What if you don't want it anymore? You can select it and just pop it, put it away back into the ruler. You don't want it. Grab it, pop it back into the ruler. Pop it out. You could also, you can't like delete it. In Illustrator, those of you who've done Illustrator with me, well, actually you could. If you select it, this is new, you can select it so when it goes that color, then you can hit the delete key to let go. But I prefer to just pop it back in. It's kind of like take it out, put it in. Can you have more than one? Sure, I can keep dragging more and more out, you know. And then in this case, I can do Command Z to undo them, which isn't the same as deleting them. It's just undoing that I dragged out 4 of them. Okay, I can have as many rulers as you want. Okay, so I want everyone to have one ruler. Now we're going to go to Edit. And
Deanna, how come on your right-hand side, just now you had a layer 1, now you only have background?
I had layer 1 on the one that first. Oh, because I did undo so many times that I undid my copy. Thank you. Command J. There we go. Thanks. I did undo because I was showing you stuff and I had ended up undoing my copy. Thanks for pointing that out, or I would have done that to my original. Thanks, Sharon. Okay. So layer.
To continue, we want to be on layer 1 and then
Yes.
what?
Okay, just be on layer 1. And now let's go to Edit, Transform, Perspective. So now we're doing the same thing we did before, but we have a little guide to help us. And we're like, oh, that guide isn't in the right spot. It's okay, just go grab it, move it over to where you need it, right? And then make sure that you're making it straight. Move it up here. Now, this is what I wanted to show you. Is that a perfect, if you get a perfect line up there, are you getting a perfect line here? Here I'm showing you that this is perfect, right? I showed you how these happen like parallel to each other. So when I get this one to be the perfect alignment to that guide down here, let's bring a different guide. See how this is not perfect down here? It looked better. So we thought, oh, that's great. But it wasn't perfect because this wasn't taken in a way where the perspective is identical to one side to the other. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So when you're in the perspective tool, you're kind of limited to that's what it does. It only gives you that option. Does that make sense? It's going to be equivalent. So you can't really choose to make it be more or less different. Does that make sense? So that's why I don't like the perspective tool as much, unless you really need the perspective tool, because you grabbed a rectangle and you're trying to make it look into a cube, and then it's perfect. It gives you the exact things. But in a photograph, unless you measure it exactly to be in the middle, this is not going to be perfect. We thought it was perfect until we put this there and went, oh, it wasn't so perfect. But it took us putting a ruler here to see that it wasn't perfect. Does that make sense? So instead of that one, let's say cancel. Let me show you the one I like. Now let's do Command T. Command T or free transform. Free transform. Command T. When you're in free transform, if you were to now click on this corner and move this corner, it makes everything bigger or smaller. Now, I recommend not transforming things this way. We're going to talk about it later.
Why does that do that way?
That's the free transform. Whenever the first thing it does is scale. So free transform is scale. Let me just actually hold on. Let me. I'm going to hit the cancel. Just watch for a minute. Remember, I told you that when you go to one individually, it gives you the choices. So the free transform from the corner gives you the effective scale.
Right.
Scale. Scale. That's all it does. In and out. That's what scale does. Okay. I'm going to undo that. So just watch this piece. What about the next one? Rotate. Transform, rotate. That's all it lets you do. Rotate. Okay. I'm going to undo that. The next one. Free transform, skew. That's interesting. It lets you move it like that. Skew. Okay. Down. Okay. So that's that one. I'm going to hit undo, escape. Then the next one is free transform, distort. And this one allows you to move, and this is the one I was looking for, this corner independently from that corner. But you're distorting it because you're not using a particular perspective. So that is the one that we're looking for. I'm going to undo though, because I don't want to do that right now. Just showing you all the choices. And then the last one is the perspective. And the perspective only lets you do things perfectly parallel to each other. And that is not what we discovered we wanted. So either we know which one to choose and we go to the free transform distort, or we go to free transform. So now this is where I left you. I left you in the free transform. Either you go to transform distort because it's the one we want, or we just go to free transform. And now what we need to do is we need to use some keys. So I am able to do this because I'm holding down for the Mac people the command key, and for the PC people the control key. Holding down in the free transform, holding down the command key, you're turning it into distort. Allows me to grab a corner and to only move that corner. So now I put my guide right there and I make sure that it lines up. And then with the command held down, I go to the bottom one and I move it to that guideline, which in all my comings and goings I seem to have lost. So there we go. So we're really not being perfect on the perspective. We are distorting it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because the perfect perspective wasn't giving us the answer we wanted. So we used the free transform distort, or we do Command T and we distort. And as you can see, that amount of correction is different than this amount of correction. Does that make sense?
Command T is distort, but if you want free transform
on its own with nothing is equivalent to scale. When you hold down the command key, you get distort. When you go down the option key, you get the skew feature. So right now, if I hold down, and I don't want to mess things up, but I could be skewing. When you hand down the shift and the command, it does the skew. So on the free transform, if you know what shortcuts to get, you can change it back and forth until you get one of each. So depending on on what you're clicking, what you're getting. Does that make sense? Now I'm going to escape because I've been showing you so many that I'm all over the place. I'm going to do it again. So
When you
either choose the right one you want and do them one at a time, either skew or distort or rotate or scale, or choose free transform. And then with your control keys that we're using here, command key, shift,
right
whatever, you can do all of them.
with your mouse or whatever.
Maybe I do want to do first the perspective and then fix it or something like that. You can choose that, you know. So in this case, by holding down the command key, I get to do now be careful because if I put it in too far, it lets you do whatever you want. And then I'm losing the piece over there, right? So I'm going to make sure that I have this image covered. I'll match the perspective to that line. And then I'm going to go down here and I'm going to make sure to match that line of roses. Now, if I notice in the middle, one of these will be straight, but maybe it's not the middle one because of the way the distortion works. So maybe I let go completely of my command key. And now maybe I do decide later to crop it, but this isn't a crop tool. This is a transform tool. So I can't make this one be the centerpiece. Like I would crop it somewhere around here, but I don't care about that personally, but I'm just showing you how that cutting a piece off, that would be a crop. This just grabs the image and transforms it to whatever you want it to be transformed.
You hit enter to stop all the.
Yeah, so when you're done and you like everything that's happened, right, then you either hit enter or you click on this check mark, enter or return if you're on a Mac, enter if you're on a PC, hit this check mark or just say done. And boom. Now over here, I left it a little bit off. So I left it in, I'm seeing some transparency. So I'm gonna just get that up there.
Cool.
Now, if I'm done with my guides, right, because they're bugging me now and I just want to see what it looks like without my guides, there's a shortcut, Command H, that allows you to see them and
hide the guides.
But if you do Command H and you're on a Mac, it might ask you for the first time ever if you want the Photoshop meaning of Command H or Mac meaning of Command H. Mac meaning of Command H is going to hide your program. For when you're inside of Photoshop, tell it you want the Photoshop meaning of Command H. Just that's the only problem. Or just go up to view again. And when you go, you turn off extras, and those extras are those guides, and you don't see the extras. But I do want to have them on. So see there, Command H to see the extras or not see the extras. So Command H to see them. And I look at it and go, oh, I got it straight. Looks pretty good. Now, the reason I had you turn the eyeball off of this one is because had you left some emptiness, you would have seen it. Now we can turn the one from underneath, turn this eyeball off and this one on. So I'm going to double click on this one. I'm going to say transform. Okay. And then we, let's say distort, because really what we did is a distort version of it to get it to be straight top and bottom.
And you need to crop it.
And then you can crop it because you might want to get rid of that little bit. You might want to move this to the center. You can do more cropping. Just right now, I'm just showing you the power of distort and transform. Now, this is destructive. You have not done this in a way that you can go back and redo it. This has been done in a way that if you don't want it, you have to go back to the beginning one and do it again. Does that make sense what I mean by destructive? Up until now, I've shown you can just double click and keep modifying it. If the cut wasn't well done, do it again. Now, if I were to do it again, I would be doing it to something on top of something that's been done. Does that make sense? What I mean by destructive versus non-destructive? Transform is a destructive command. Now, if we had made a huge change, like had we done something like that, and then that, and then this, can I do all this weird stuff? Sure, I could be doing all that. And if I were to say return, then I've done a huge destruction to it. Again, I can't, yeah, I can only undo right now, but undo is going to last only so much. And after 50 things, I don't have the result. So that is a complete goner. So I'm going to undo Command Z to undo that. And now I'm back in the regular distort that I wanted. But yeah, it's good to keep that background. What if the next version I do want to do something like what I did?
That is cool, Diane.
Pretty
So
cool.
you could do that with a bunch of pieces of colored paper, and each one is its own drawing, and then you could take them and migrate them into, and so you have a bunch of twisted
Yeah.
paper.
You can, totally.
Oh, cool. I was trying to figure out how to do that. You just showed me how.
Yeah, and I'm going to show you one more thing that might blow your mind. Which is the puppet warp. So now let's leave that one there. Transform, distort. That's all we did. Let's go back to the background. And let's copy that one again. So I want a copy of my background. And if I'm losing anyone anywhere, please let me know. So I'm copying my background. The problem with that is I don't see the background because the transform, distort is above it. Does that make sense?
Oh, we'll just slide it down.
Let's grab the transform, distort, exactly, and let's move it out of the way. And I'm going to move it all the way down. And now what I have again on top is the background copy. And let's turn these two off so that I have only the background copy. And I'm going to call this one puppet. Puppet.
Oh, yeah, let's see, we were transforming down. I'm a puppet warp here.
Transform. And I have another image where the puppet transform is going to work a bit better. But anyway, let me just continue with this one since we're on this one.
I remember the puppet warp. Cool.
Well, let's go back up here again, and you have the transform warp, or you have the perspective warp. Since this is about perspective, let's try first if the perspective warp is going to help us more than the transform perspective was. Does that make sense? There's other warps. There's reasons to use the warps right now. Let's just go to the perspective warp, which is different than the transform perspective. So actually,
how's it different?
perspective warp. Let me actually, it wasn't the puppet. I'm sorry. Perspective warp. Let me just change. Here's the puppet warp, but I'm going to use it. Right now, I just want the perspective warp. Because we worked it out with a transform distort. That worked, right? But let's see what perspective warp lets us do. So I'm going to head back over here to the edit and choose my perspective warp. This is really good. That's why I was going to say, I'm not sure how it's going to work here, but look at the little video. It's really good when you have buildings, the perspective warp, because you can mark the planes of your building, and then you can transform the whole image. And I think I brought an image. Once I showed that, but it's been a while since I've showed that on a building. But right now, let's go ahead and let's see if it works for one only. I'm not sure if it'll work for one only. So let's turn this little guy off. And let's start by, you know what? It won't work. It really does need both steps, but let's try. Let's make a box around this. And it's not going to be perfect because you don't have, and now you can go grab the little corner and drag it up and drag it up so that your corners match the perspective you want it to have. So now I'm going to go and match, and it's not going to crop. So it doesn't need to go to the edges. I'm going to the places where I have straight lines. So I'm doing that. I'm putting these edges where I want them to go.
Okay.
Now I've always done it with two, so I haven't really tried it with one, but I wanted to show you that. Is everyone there?
No.
Will it work with one?
Okay, so someone said no, so let me start from 0 again. We're going to go perspective warp, and you're going to drag a rectangle. It comes out looking like a rectangle, so it doesn't match your background. Are you there, Colette?
No, I don't. I'm not. I'm.
Okay, so where you said no.
Yeah, no. Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm sorry. Did we go to file or edit and look
No.
for,
Edit
um,
perspective warp.
okay, now I see it. Okay, thank you. I was lost there.
Then you're going to just make a rectangle. Doesn't matter because it won't match your image, right? You click out and draw a rectangle. Now you grab the corners of that rectangle and you make it match the place that you want to be straight. So I'm going to match it to the lines that should be straight. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I'm going to make sure to keep those parallel. If I'm going to the corner on both, I'm going to go to the corner on both so it doesn't also give me a sideways warp. And here we go. I think it's easier to mark this one because this one is cleaner than the top one. The top one's a bit messy. So I'm going to use this one. This one, but I mean by what I mean by the top one is this one. I just want to get the right plane. All right, so if everyone's there, I think this one needs to go a little bit lower. There we go. So once you're there, now we head over to warp. Actually, maybe I made a mistake there. We should have gone to warp to adapt the image. Let me just say, let's hit reset. Set reset. The first layout, I should have made a box first. Sorry, guys, made the box set. And then you go to the warp. Now you click on warp. And that's where you adjust the image. Apologize. But you need the line, you need the guides. Sorry. You need to bring that
Deanna,
up.
excuse me, I'm having problems accessing transform and warp on the perspective warp layer.
Go ahead and share your screen so I can see what's happening.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I had your curls.
Okay. They say okay to that. Okay. So now you're working on a cropped image, or you're just not seeing the whole thing because I'm missing the top part of this image. Can you, like at some point you did a crop here.
Yes.
I would rather we have the whole image to work with. Can you go up in your open your history all the way down so we can look at it for a second? Just grab it from the bottom. Drag the grab over. Hold on, let me turn on my pencil. Drag it from down here and just drag it down so we can see all your steps. No, Jacob, put your mouse over here, click and drag and pull, pull it down, down, down so we can see.
You want to see all of my history, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no, but I want you to make the window bigger. Just do what I'm saying and then you'll see what I'm doing.
I got you.
So that we can just
Okay.
take a quick gander. So over here you did a crop at the beginning that I guess you didn't undo. And so you've been working everything else without seeing everything. But watch, you guys, the dangers of the history. He then did a whole bunch of other work. He already created the transform and whatever. If now he goes all the way back here to get rid of that crop so that we see the whole image, what else is going to be lost? Go ahead and try that. Go ahead and click over here above the first crop. So you would have to go to this one.
You're talking about here?
Yeah.
Big layer, yeah.
So what else happened? What else did he lose? Don't do anything with your mouse. Please, Jacob, don't do anything with your mouse at all for a second. Well, I made this example. I don't want you to lose everything. Guys, he can fix the fact that he did a crop that he forgot to undo, and it's okay, but I'm just pointing that out. But if he does that and starts working now, he will lose all the rest of his work will disappear. And see how he lost his layers, he lost his naming, he lost everything. So yeah, the history tool is cool, but only if you catch it relatively soon before you're willing to lose all that. Does that make sense? Now, I'm not going to make him lose all that. He can work without the crop. So right now he can still go back and click again at the end. And that's not your end. I think you had one more. Go down, down. Yeah. So you can click back to here. So click on it. And see
I'm
how
sorry.
everything came back, you guys?
Yep.
But you can't fix that lack of crop because it's affecting everything else. Does that make sense? The problem with these histories, it looks so good until you discover, oh, sure, I can, if this was a crucial fix that I had to do, I'm going to lose and have to redo the rest. Now, it's okay if he doesn't have it for this example, so I'm not going to make him lose all the rest of the work, but it says a beware of what you do, so, right? Because you don't want to lose the work done. So, anyway, so let's go back to what you couldn't find. I just wanted to demo that, and it's okay if you continue without that crop, but you were saying that you couldn't get the,
Accessing the transform.
oh, well, you know why? Okay. Oof. Now you guys know what to look at because I began to draw it. Can you guys tell me what's wrong and why he can't access the tools? Someone who's more experienced in Photoshop, take a peek at what's happening and tell me if you can tell what his problem is. He's going up to the transform tools, show him, they're grayed out. If you go to edit, transform, all his tools are grayed out, right? They're all grayed out. Anyone can tell me, and I'm going to give you a key. Look
Well,
at this.
he's on a blind layer.
First of all, he's trying to work on a layer that's not turned on. That's not going to work. Second of all,
Didn't commit it also?
the layer that's on top is locked, so that's not going to work. He clicked on that to lock it. Okay. So you have to always look at what you're selecting. He had this one selected because it was lighter. So if you're going to use that one, then you need to unlock it, which there we go. So now that he's working on a, no, it's not selected yet. Select your layer.
Oh.
Select your layer. There we go. Now all his tools under edit will be live.
And there we go.
Got it?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Always keep an eye on this. When you wonder what's the difference between when you show me something that I say, well, I don't know what your problem is until you show it to me. That's why I need to see it because I'll look over here and I'll go, oh, there we go. The description of why his tools are missing, I wouldn't have known unless I looked at it to see why his tools were missing. Does that make sense?
Okay. Hey,
So it's the kind of thing I want to show you all just so that you begin to go, oh, maybe my layers are like, begin to take an idea of when to correct things on others. It's so that you become aware of what might be wrong when it happens to you. When things are grayed out, the right thing isn't active. Something's missing on the selection side of it. Okay.
Diana, once we've done our perspective warp box, do we just hit return and that?
No, let me go back to sharing because the perspective works box is really probably, this is probably not the right tool for this image. And that's why it's working a little bit differently because I put the perspective warp, then I went to warp and then I tried to fix it, which is fine. But notice that I have to fix it by eye because I don't have guides, lines to tell me how to fix it. So I can fix it, but I'd have to be guessing because when I try to put the guide on it, it doesn't stay. So if I can eyeball this line to be straight enough, right? If I could do that, then right now is when I'm moving it around in the warp portion. And yes, if I eyeballed it right, once I hit return or enter, then that got me the correction. If I now put a line on it, it looks like I was almost right, but it's not as good because I didn't get the guides. So that's why the perspective warp works really well for something that has two sides. And I don't think I have an example right now. I have this building.
I don't know. I had the perspective warp, the box drawing like I liked. I hit the check mark and then, but it went back to a different one. I mean, it didn't, my box didn't take.
Because you had to move it. Yeah. So is this one gonna work?
Mine too.
Oh no. This is not, let me just show it to you really quickly with this one. This is how this one should work. Now, let me first, let me just crop this out so we get the distraction portion out of it for a second, because I wanted to just really quickly show you this is how it should work. That doesn't mean here. That doesn't mean that it's a perfect example, because there's not much correction, but can you see how this building doesn't look straight right there? And if you look at this line, it's also off. Like this line is going in, this line is going in. Forget her, this is not about her, it's not about anything. It's, see how this line is going in?
Mhm.
That's going in, that's typical. But this other plane, we don't see too much of it here, but we see a little bit of it here. So the perspective warp is really for an image like this. And when I go to perspective warp, then I get to have two different planes. So say that I put this one over here. And then I create a different layout for this. Okay. So first I have to create the two quad shapes. So I did it wrong again, because first I have to create my two squares. So I'm going to do this, that square and that square, because I don't have a really normal. So I'm going to click that. I'm going to match it. It's just a very, normally I'd have much more of the second perspective. And I have very little of the second perspective now on this one. Let me go to the, so let's say that I don't have the ending of this one, so I don't know where to end it. So I'm not sure if it's going to do the right correction, but we'll try. I go to warp. Now, when I bring it in, see, this is bizarre. Normally the second one would be this isn't going to work either, because it's not the right image. It's just basically what should be happening, and Matt, forget that one. What should be happening is that as I straighten this building like this to make it look straight, right? The second one would be sitting here on that second angle of the building, and I would bring that one down, and then the whole thing looks, so on the piece that I put it in, it's kind of working, but this is such a complicated building that it's not working on that one. So I don't know how to show it to you better. I don't have a better image. I'll pull something up from some area so that I can show it to you. I have other images. I don't have any image, so forget that example. I'm going to have to open from many sources of images to find the image that works for the perspective warp. And I did not bring one to this class. So for now, ignore that. Those of you who have photos of buildings that have, you know, like you see the two sides that are going like that way, it's pretty miraculous what it does. But for now, let's just ignore it, okay? Because this doesn't have that second plane to fix, and that photo of that church had mostly in one plane. It had just those teeny little bits on the side plane, and that wasn't working either. So for now, the distort transform is the one that works the best for me, because there's no guessing. You just make lines and you give it to. But with the right image, the perspective warp is really powerful. Okay. So
Yeah, the transform distort worked great for me.
it worked well for you.
Yeah.
The
At least on this picture on the
bottom one. Yeah, the transform distort is really good. Exactly. And many times that's all we need. But that's because it's a flat plane. Let me explain. How many of you guys understand perspective enough that you would know exactly that if you move something in this direction, the other piece should move that way too. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's when it's hard to know where to put the second perspective. And when you do perspective warp, when you move one, the other one automatically goes, well, if we're going to fix that this way, then it has to be done that way. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Great tool when you have the two planes that you wouldn't know. Some people who are really good at drawing and designing, you're an architect, you might, but for most of us, just moving one, the other one self-corrects. Like if you had an example, a photograph of a box, you would see it. But I don't have a photograph of a box as an example. I don't have any two planes to examine. So although this works well for one plane, when you have more than one plane, then the perspective warp is pretty good. But unless I bring an example of that, you'll have to try it on your own. So as homework, you guys grab a cereal box, whatever, photograph it, and then use a perspective warp. See if you can change its perspective. It doesn't need to be a building or anything. But I'm going to leave you to do that on your own. I'm looking at the time. I wanted to show you some other stuff today, and I spent a bit more time on this perspective warp than I truly wanted.
I know, but it was really good.
I mean, yeah, especially when you have those photos of buildings that go woo wee and they look so weird, because that's how we look at them, and our brain tells us, oh, it's straight. We see that building, but if you photograph it, what you're really seeing is that. So this is a great way to help it straighten out. Okay, so I was gonna do one more thing with this image. Here, let's leave that there. Well, if we try to save it, by the way, this now has layers, right? So if I just try to do a Command S or Control S to save, or just say File Save, it's going to warn me. The document cannot be saved without losing information, okay? Because before, for eons, it would let you do that. People would lose everything. That's like 20 years. Then for the last 5, maybe 3 years, it started going, you can't save as a JPEG. It just wouldn't let you save as a JPEG. It was just like, you can't. And the only way to save as a JPEG was to go do the file, for those of you who know, export as JPEG. But then for people who needed to save it as a JPEG, it was a whole long workaround. So now I'd say for the last year, this is what they take. It warned you, don't save it or you're going to lose information. And as long as you say okay to that, well, now it'll let you save as a JPEG. But what's going to happen, guys, because this was not, it forces you to save as, because it knows that it won't let you, you know what I mean? It gives you a save as, and if you still want to save as a JPEG, it's up to you to then change it to a JPEG or to go to the other format or whatever, okay? So it's going to save as. So now on this one, we can use, what was it? Ceiling, transform, distort. And then we tried the perspective warp. And now we're going to say save to that one. And now you're always going to say yes to maximize compatibility. Okay. Because that means that different versions of Photoshop will be able to open it. And then now you haven't lost anything. We have our original way back there, but we also have our transform, distort, and then we have our perspective warp. On this one, if I turn them all on, though, you start seeing weird stuff. And why? It's because there's stuff that's coming from the background. That's why I'm turning only one on at a time. I'm going to leave the on be the one that's the best choice. Yes, Barbara?
Why doesn't it show the layers?
What's that?
In the right panel.
What?
I have different layers, but why it doesn't show the layers?
Your right panel isn't showing the layers?
Now, on the screen, did you not make new layers?
No, this is these are the 3 that I made. We haven't done any new ones to this.
Well, there's like 3 photos on the right, but as you manipulated each one, you didn't create new layers for each change?
Yeah, so this is the original, the background.
Yeah.
No changes. Then I did the transform distort on this one, on a new layer, and then the perspective warp on this one. So I have 3 layers.
Okay, they're coming up different than.
Do you want to share me your screen to see
No,
what
I'm not. I'm just following you. I'm,
Oh, you're not watching. So
I'm gonna go back and I
using-
need to download these files. I don't have them.
when it's a composite that you are trying to see everything at once, like when we did here, we wanted to see the ball and we wanted to see the
Right.
then you have all your layers turned on. But in this case, these all give me different results of the same thing. So I'm going to turn only on the one that I want to see. If I turn this one on and then I turn this one on, notice that this one on its own has an empty space there
Okay.
in the
Yes.
direction. So if I turn the bottom one on, what I'm seeing, that piece up there is the bottom of the second one, right?
Okay, I got you.
So it's confusing to see pieces of one and then you see like this other line, and it's why it's because you've got two on. That's why I'm trying to turn only one on at a time to see exactly what's there.
Thank you.
Guys? All right. Okay, let's go back to bridge. And the last one of these that I wanted to show you,
So I don't have that one either.
the one that's called perspective warp.
Oh, Photoshop class. Wow.
So let's double click on that one. Actually, I think on this one I did a puppet warp, not a perspective warp. See, I'm going to duplicate the layer. I called it perspective warp, but I think this was a puppet warp that I did, but maybe I'm wrong. Since it's called perspective warp, let me try. The perspective warp. Okay, so I'm going to draw. So this is an example. It's a very long room. And I wasn't standing in the middle. Later, I did on purpose go and stand right in the middle, right plumb. And I have one where I managed to get it almost good with the perspective. And then the perspective was an easy correction. But this one I took from the side. So you're not sitting in the middle of it. And you have the length of the perspective. So how it's skewed differently there than there. See how this line is kind of going down and here it's going to the left and here it's going to the right. So it's skewed everywhere. Does that make sense? So this was more like a, well, let's see how much we can play around with this. So let me give the perspective warp a call again, since I did call it that one. I'm pretty sure this was a puppet warp, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to click on that, make that straight line. It's harder because there's no real lines. Let me go to the corners of this. I have to follow the same line, which is this one. Like that. And then over here, I'm going to put it on that one. And if by default, this one should be on the right place, and it is almost. Did it right?
25.
That's about right. Oh, I forgot to turn off this eyeball. Okay, so I have to do it again. Turn off the bottom eyeball, because the moment I started pulling it in, I started seeing the bottom one, and that didn't work. Maybe we will, I don't think the perspective warp, if I put the guides beforehand, will it let me? Let's see. I'm putting some guides beforehand. Sorry, I had to stop out of it because I had forgotten the simple detail of turning this off. So when I started pulling it in, it suddenly didn't make sense because I would see in the bottom one. So now one more time, perspective warp, that was my bad. Once again, make a rectangle, and now I'm going to match it as best as I can to that bottom line. Can you see how hard this would be if this was a forest, right? Because it wouldn't have leading lines like I have now. Okay. So that seems about right. I kind of matched the energy there. And once I have those lines correct, and I might be more or less correct, we'll see when we hit the warp. Now I start bringing them in to try, and I don't want to lose much of the image, so I'm going to bring them in proportional to that, but I'm going to stretch this one. And I don't want to lose a lot of the image, but I want it to be as straight in my perspective as I
There
can.
they are.
Means I will be losing some of it if I want to keep it all. But I'm managing to straighten the whole thing. I had to kind of create, and let me move a bit more to the middle.
Okay, I have them hidden.
And in this case, I'm going to use some generative expand there because I don't want to lose so much of it. I'm going to Command H. So other than that piece that's missing, because I would have to lose too much of it I could expand it out there, but then all of this would be gone. See how that has been pretty much straightened out, you guys? Let me show those guides again. I could push it over more. Straighten this out more to not have any loss there, but then it's really stretching this top part a lot. And there's one other, a puppet warp that I'm going to show you that might let me fix, but see how I've lost, the windows. I had to lose quite a bit in order to accommodate for losing all that. But it worked, at least if I wanted to. We're just really pushing.
Okay.
Hey, Diane, do they call it a puppet warp because it has an extra dimension to it?
The puppet warp would allow me to fix the middle stuff. This is the perspective warp. The puppet warp would allow me to we haven't gone there. Let me just show you the puppet warp in a minute because it works differently. This only lets you work in the directions of just the perspectives. It doesn't let you then curve the ceiling. For example, with the puppet warp, you could also curve the ceiling. So it does, it's just a third dimension.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to jump at 12:30, but I'll watch the video if I miss some.
Yeah. I figured you might be interested in this one.
Yeah, no,
George's an architect, so you take photos of your stuff and you want to be able to straighten them sometimes. This is pretty cool.
Diane,
Yes.
do you know what the background of the people that figured this out and how to do this? Who
I'm
are
sure
these
that
guys?
these are, software engineers, but they probably have a lot of consultants for certain things like that. But it's pretty amazing, isn't it?
And a supply of peyote.
Yeah, I'm sure. All right. So if that's what I'm happy with, and I actually was happy before when I had a piece missing, but just to finish it up here, because see how now the lines don't go to the very end correctly, but let's say that's where we're at. Then I'm going to hit the return or enter or whatever. And so now that I've covered it completely, now I can say that was the before and this is the after. But of course, in order to get all that to happen, see how I lost some of this stuff? That's because I corrected it to the extremes, but it's correctable though. It's pretty amazing, right? I probably wouldn't push an image this far. I would probably try to get a better shot, which is in reality what I did in my real life. I have a better shot, which then with a little bit of tweaking, because your camera still, you're never going to get the perfect, you're going to have some tweaking on the side, but you got to start in the right place. But in this case, I could go to the middle of the room, stand in the middle and get a better photo. Sometimes if you're at a balcony, you can't, like the other ceiling, I told you it was like a balcony. It was over an empty space and you only get what you have. And then at least you could do something like this.
Now, where were I?
Now I'm going to do a screenshot of this, of the before. Oh, I can't see the Padlet. It kills me that you can't do a before and after. It's kind of weird. Let me fake the before and after. Um, the original. This is the fixed one. And I'm gonna kind of.
Was that in Spain?
This is in Spain, yeah. This is the Alcázar of Segovia.
It's gorgeous.
Oh God, the buildings that I saw are just, it's crazy.
Why can't I move those?
Okay, I'm just gonna this a little bit to have a before and after image to put in the. Okay. Ah, why isn't it letting me? Sorry, I keep. Okay. Let me head over to Safari, guys, and let's post some of this stuff.
I gotta get rid of some of these folders.
Oops. Screenshot. Where did my screenshot go? No, that's the one. That's not the whole thing. Let me go back to Photoshop.
Have a good week, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you, Diana.
You're welcome. Have a good week too.
Thanks.
Let me see. My perspective work before and after. Okay. Back to Photoshop. And get rid of that. So I don't see an A because you might still be working on I don't need you to do befores and afters. I just want you to do the after, but I'm not seeing many corrections appearing. If this worked for you, give me a yes. If you're still trying to figure it out, if there's something that's not working, let me know what's happening. Let's refresh my post.
It's all messed up.
Where's
Go
mine?
Go to Explorer.
Here's mine. Why have I just posted? Why is it showing it in between? Do I not have mine to? In my settings, I should have it as posting. Oh. Oh, wow. We're 15 minutes away. So it should be newest first. Sort by newest first. Okay, so I don't know why mine is here and not there, but never mind, since it's the newest. Okay, so give me some posts of your roofs. Again, I only see mine. Is anyone else posting and not?
I was posting late, so I posted.
Oh, so you guys posted no, because
Yeah, I had taken screenshots and was just watching, because if I spend too much time posting on the
I
Padlet,
hear that, but in fact,
I can't watch what you're doing.
Posted an hour ago, 16 minutes ago, and 23 minutes ago, and yet mine, which is from a minute ago, and yours.
No, but I posted right after you.
I know, but yours and mine should be next to each other. These three that are older behind. I don't know why mine isn't posted. It should be there. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why. Never mind. It's the least important thing. Okay, you guys can post later, but please post your work so I can see. But most importantly, right now, I'm not set about posting. Give me a yes if it worked for you, or if you're stuck in some portion of it, or if it didn't work for you and you need some help. So give me a yes. Sorry, give me a no if you're in trouble. Give me a yes if it worked. Okay, if everything is good, give me a yes. But if you would like to show me something that didn't work, or you have a question, or you want to ask me something, then definitely give me a no.
Deanna, I'm having some problems with it.
Go ahead and share your screen.
Okay.
I'd be surprised if no one had any questions. And I guess that's why I'm
Well, there's a lot of no's.
All right.
all right.
Here's where I am now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm using the guideline.
Oh, itch.
Okay.
Pull that down a bit. So, okay, so I've got the guidelines.
Okay. So once you're done with the guidelines, now this one is good, but this one still needs to be brought, like it needs to parallel that line. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So might need to move out there for it to still stay parallel to this
to
line.
parallel the guideline or the,
Well, you need to, no, not the guideline. No, the guideline's for later. Right now, you need to parallel your image. You need to give
okay,
it the right
like
angle.
so? Okay.
Yeah, so this is supposed to be, you know, kind of off. So down here, I'm not sure if you parallel the guideline. This needs to go down there, down there. You guys need to follow like this. The reason I brought this photo up is because it has some pretty easy
Bring it to the full.
markings on the ceiling. Normally it wouldn't have that, so that you can follow that line. So if you start
Okay.
this one here, Jacob,
Yep.
and you follow it through, notice that it might finish more like there. My pink line's a bit more like it.
Mm,
Right?
okay.
And then that also has to follow this line.
Okay. I
So
see
then
what
it
you're
might
saying.
finish more over there. Let me take my pink things away. But does that make sense?
Yep.
And hopefully this is fixing it for a lot of people. Choose one set of lines, whichever you choose, it'll be fine, but then follow it through until it matches. And then like maybe like if you're following the bottom one, then you follow the bottom one until it goes. And over here, then you follow if you've chosen to follow the bottom one down there, then here you have to follow the bottom one. Does that make sense, you guys?
Oh, yeah.
I kind of chose that one myself, so
Yeah.
it's less big, but then that needs to go up because the top line
Yep.
to then go with that. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes.
There. That kind of is a bit more correct. Does that make sense to everyone else, you guys?
Okay.
Oh,
that's
that's crazy.
We have to choose something that's drawn for us, but all four lines will match that. And you're pretty much there now. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Now you go to the warp.
How about the vertical on the left wall? The vertical orange stripes.
No, you can only choose one thing at the same time right now. You can't go to the other one. So now you go to, well, this is the warp. This is not the perspective, right? So
Okay, so I'm going to
this is not the transform. Now go to warp.
and press on it, select it.
Yeah. Good. Now you get to warp it. Now you start grabbing these things and bringing them in or straighten them out, whatever it is, until that. You can turn this little.
I'm not clear what I should be doing now.
Turn this off, and I'll show you, but turn this off because it's, okay. So now your goal is to straighten this line, for example, right? And how you do it is let's go grab this and bring one down, grab this one and bring one up, bring it in, like start grabbing those points and start dragging. You'll see.
And what am I following at this point?
Just now you use that guideline. Now you want to.
Now I'm using the guideline.
Now you grab this. You don't need to take it to the guideline. You need to make it look straight like the guideline, because a mad line, you might have put it in the right or wrong place. So grab this corner, just start moving it so you see what happens. See how it's beginning? Now, you might want to stretch it a little bit further out so that you don't lose the image. Now you grab this one and you bring it down, or you leave that one there because it's pretty straight by now. right?
Hmm,
Maybe not so
okay.
much, because what you want to match is this
so
is a straight line, right? So you're not trying to match the line that you brought because maybe you didn't grab exactly right. You need to visually, that needs to be straight. So you need to compare it to this guideline and go, okay, and then
There you go.
right? So it's a bit of a, there, that looks pretty straight.
Hmm,
Optical delusions.
okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. Wow, I was not seeing a whole lot
This
into
was a little bit
the
off.
guide. Yeah.
Or you might want to straighten. I think it was falling a little bit to the left side, so you might want to grab this one and pull it up a teensy bit, or this one down a teensy bit, you know, whichever to make, yeah. Does that make sense? That looks pretty.
Yes.
It looks good.
Yes.
So the initial setup was a little bit harder because you had to go and follow a certain line, but then after that, the correction kind of worked.
Yeah.
Got it?
And now I'm just
And
hitting.
now when you're
turn.
done, if
Bottom left,
like
it's a
it,
little on the
then you
inside.
give it a little yes, a return, or you click on this little check mark and you're set. You're
Okay. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Okay.
Okay, that's great.
Change
Thank you.
this to the name Perspective Warp. And there you go. So now the way I did it, I lost a lot of my stuff, but the way you did it, you didn't. So I'm gonna go redo mine because you didn't lose a lot of your stuff. So because I went ahead and moved mine down a lot, but you can lose much less. So I'm gonna go redo it, but I like it. You fixed yours without losing the rest of your building. Okay, so
Thank
good job. And I'm gonna go and fix mine. All right, now give me a yes if that helped you and it's working. Give me a yes. For those of you who are still not working, give me a no. And I see a lot of no's, so I'm gonna keep offering help. Who else wants to go next?
Okay, me.
Okay, share your screen.
All right.
Now this is destructive. If Jacob doesn't like the results, once he said yes, he needs to make another copy and start again. You can't go back in there and re-fix it. Does that make sense, you guys?
Yes.
In that sense, it's destructive. It's done. So one and done. Okay, so let me see. Sharon. Okay, it looks like you followed pretty well. And I'm not trying to get picky because but since we're making one correction with one person, as I move to a next person, I'm going to be a little bit more picky. If you look at where this guy started and where it ends, see how this line really should be a little bit more open to follow that line? Just a little bit more. You see how over here it's not, because in the distance, yeah, so drag it a little bit further to the, no. Oh, you're in warp mode. You can't,
Yeah,
yep, warp mode. So go back, Command Z to undo that. Command Z first.
I'm a computer.
Okay, Control Z
Control Z. Z like in zebra.
is in zebra. Good. Now, have you already warped it or were you waiting for me? Because if you haven't warped it yet, then you can go back to layout and you can move it.
Why am I? See, that thing is that checkerboard is revealing itself.
Yeah, so I need you to cancel and start from 0 again because I'm not here. Let's cancel it because I think you already warped it, and once it's warped, you can't fix it. You have to fix it before you go to the warp. So go over here where I circled and say cancel. Okay, now let's start again. Go ahead and grab image perspective warp.
You mean edit? Oh wait,
Edit.
Edit perspective warp. Okay, all right.
Warp. Okay, and you're in layout mode. So now make yourself a rectangle, yeah, or something. Good. Okay, now start grabbing, maybe start with the bottom ones and match it as best as possible to a line, like really be picky. Because you're not being very picky there. And I'm saying you're not being very picky. Stop, stop, stop. Don't keep going, Sharon. I'm stopping you. That line is not straight. You need to put it right on the corner of where you see like there.
All right.
And then this, so be really, really picky. And then this one, you're going to drag it out until that line matches that. And it has to match this line too. So wait, stop, Sharon, stop. I'm telling you what it needs to do. It needs to match that, which is good, but it also needs to match that. So you need to drag it about yay there. It needs to go, it needs to match, yeah. That's what was missing in yours before. And now make sure that, see, that you're leaving it, yeah. Okay, so that looks about right. You might need to move it again. Now you move this one. to match that line and that line. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Needs to go both to that one and to this one. So it needs to go higher, right?
How's-
Now keep going higher because here, look at this line. It's that one that you're looking at. So whatever it matched to here, needs to match to there. And in your case, a little bit more. And then don't forget there. So, you know, you need to keep working until you place it in the right place. Yeah, that went a little bit down. Yeah. And then when you feel you're good with that and it's not over here, you're a little bit off, but that's good enough, you know?
Yeah.
Then
yeah.
you move to the warp.
Right.
Now you
And
move.
then I click on warp.
Now you click on warp, yeah.
Okay.
And now you grab one of these corners and you try to straighten it to kind of match. Yeah, so let's bring it out a bit more because you don't want to lose all this information. So now push it to the right.
Push it to the right. Push it to the this one. Okay.
Fill with imagery, yeah. So keep going to the right there.
Oh.
And now that's straight. And maybe this one has to come down a bit because it was a little bit crooked on the bottom. So just grab this and pull it a teensy bit down or that one up, whichever. Move it a little bit up because it was falling that way already. So it really needs to fall the other direction. Yeah. And then maybe pull it out a teensy bit because you're missing image here. We lost a bit of image. So pull it a little bit out to the left so that you don't lose image there. Now, because that correction, you're losing a bit here. So you got to push this one over to the right a little bit. So you need to kind of, you know, modify and adapt. And there you go. You look at it all and that looks pretty straight to me. You guys
And then
see
what? How do you render it?
If you like it and you love it, you render it by going check mark, done, good,
Oh.
or hit return or enter.
Okay. Okay. All right.
And now
Thank
you're
you.
done. You label this one perspective warp. I'm going to redo it because I want to take screenshots of the process, which I don't have. But there you go. All right. Again, if that one helped anyone, keep doing those changes. And for those who still don't, change it to a yes. So now Sharon and Jacob are a yes. Who's left with a no? Rebecca. Let me clear all your answers so that y'all give me new answers. Give me a yes if it's working for you now. And no if it's not, because by fixing those two people, you might have seen what was wrong with yours. So go ahead and show me what's up with yours. And class will be over in 2 minutes. So if this isn't done yet, then you get to.
Okay, should I share?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I've got a lot of,
Good, it worked. But by moving it down, you did like what I did with my first one, that you lost a lot of imagery, which
Mhm.
then you can crop to that. Or you can stretch all of these out further in order to get the image to work. Yeah, so go.
Hey, what the heck does that mean?
And then you might just pull that one up higher. Hold on, I don't have my pencil. Yeah, so these two come down a bit so that you cover the bottom. But then you need to make sure they're still straight. Yeah. And then over here, you might need to pull it up a little bit more so that you cover that emptiness, which means you might need to pull this one up a bit more. Because now, does that make sense? It's almost like you can redraw the whole thing. You know what I mean? And maybe a little bit less. I think you went overboard a tiny bit. And you might want, maybe you can see if you can still push it in a bit to have less perspective, because the goal would be to have, I mean, if you guys could push these in a lot, you could end up with something that's straight. Like just try it, just push it all the way in here.
then
And then push this one all the way in here. You could end up with a perfect rectangle of the ceiling. Does that make sense? Thing is that you'd lose the rest of the image. So you can
Right.
do whatever you want now. But there's going to be a place where it'll be looking normal without looking crooked, and that you don't miss out your image. And that's the point. That's where you stop. Does that, I mean, the least amount that you change it, the better. I would still move it up and this one a little bit out so that you don't have a lot of lost image. And on all of them, what I find is that I think we're pushing a little bit too far on the right. Like I'm going to show you next week that we could have tried to do some generative fill in there instead of pushing it so much on the right, but that's just the limitations of the photo. Other than that, that's looking great. If it's done, then you click on the check mark or you hit the return key.
Okay.
Once you hit that return key, you're done. You can't move those spots anymore. If you don't like it now,
But I could make another layer and
you could make another copy of the background and start again to keep trying to get a better choice if you don't like it. But if you like it, you're done. Just call the layer 1 the perspective warp and you're set.
okay, thank you.
Okay, cool. Does that make sense when I say by destructive? That's done. You can't like redouble click on it, open it up and fix the position of those points. The moment you hit enter or done, those points are gone and you're starting from 0 again. Does that make sense? And the pixels have been shifted and moved and stuff has happened to them. So they're not the original pixels. The only place you have the original imagery is in the background. All right. I did say I was going to help someone after class. I think it's
Hey,
Barbara to get the images. So if
I,
anyone else,
I found the
hold
images.
on, Barbara, hold on. Let me finish the class. If anyone else has questions, this is the time to ask. If not, please finish it and post. But if everyone's good, then play homework. Play around with these tools. Get some distortions going. Get some undistortions going. Get some warps happening. Have some fun. Post examples. And I'll see you in a week. And please, if you can, sign up to the evening class. And if no other questions, then I'll start helping Barbara.
Sign up for what class?
Oh, you weren't here, sorry. Here, let me share my screen for a second because I posted it in the Padlet, and that's probably the easiest place to show you again. My Photoshop here, over here on the left is green one. This is my, I have a Photoshop starting in 2 weeks, coinciding with the last week of our Friday class on Monday and Wednesday, 5 to 7:55. So basically 5 to 8 p.m. I'm teaching it Photoshop in HyFlex mode. HyFlex means that I'll be at school. And if people want to come to school, they can join me in room 3. And people who want to be online can join me online. So it's 2 different CRNs for the same class. So some of you guys will be sitting there. Some of you guys will be sitting at school.
Diana, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we bring our own computers to the school?
Yes, if you have a laptop, go ahead and bring your computer. If not, you can use the school computers. If you have a desktop and you want to be in person, you can use the school computers. When I teach the Mac classes, it's more important to bring your own because your computer works differently than someone else. But if you are on a desktop at home and you want to come and use it, since Photoshop is the same, it'll work the same if you open that image in Photoshop at school or here. You can just come to the school and use a school computer. They are Macs. So if you're a PC person, the only difference is that you'll be using the controller or the command key, but that's it. That's the only difference, and it's not a big difference.
And can we mix it up?
Yes, good point. If you sign up to be in person and then one day your throat hurts and you don't want to come to school, you want to stay cozy at home, that day you can join us on Zoom. I'll send the same way I send the Zoom link right now to everyone. I'll send the Zoom link out down to everyone in both sets. And so some days you can join me in person, some days you can attend from home, from school, someday, whatever. It'll just change how I give you attendance. But other than that, you're free to come and go to on Mondays be in person and on Wednesdays be online. But do your best to sign up to the one that you think will be the most typical one, if it's in person or online or on Zoom.
You can sign up for Zoom, but still show up in person,
Yeah.
and vice versa.
Yeah. It's all one roster. It just how I give attendance changes. And of course, if the class for you changes and that you're here or there a lot, but the CRNs, even if you signed up to in person, yes, you can attend on Zoom. Even if you signed up on Zoom now, if you're always going to attend on Zoom, go ahead and sign up to Zoom. If you're always going to attend in person, go ahead and sign up to in person. Right? Let me make sure I got that right. Hold on, let me make sure I got that right because I'm not 100% sure that I got that right. Of the CRN is the right one. Let me for a second double click that those are the CRNs. I don't want everyone completely flipped because that would be a mess for me. If you change here and there is not a problem, but if you're completely flipped, that would be a problem. 3, 6, 8, 5, 1, 5. Let me make 100% sure that class schedule search. Why does it bring you here? I said class schedule search. It brought me here. They've changed. Look at that. Class schedule search is not bringing me to the class schedule. Okay, it makes me go over here. Why didn't it just bring me to the class schedule? Okay, non-credit, select, and then I'm going to choose my name, Musakio, and search. So here are all my classes. And Photoshop 064. Oh, I might have said them wrong. 64 is the online version. Ah, I had it wrong. This one is the one that's on Zoom, and this one is the one that's in person. Four 45064, 45062.
Photoshop.
Who is in person? Usually they have them in my Mac classes. They have the in persons first, and then the online ones. But something in my brain said something that might be different. So
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I lost it again. There it is.
okay, so there they are. Monday, Wednesday, 5 to 8. On Zoom is the 6-4, and in person is the 6-2. Okay. And yeah, and I need a lot of people. As you can see right now, there's a total of 6 people in the class, and they won't run it without, it needs 20. So even if you think you're going to be like or able to do some, not able to do some, please sign up for the class to run for those who are going to be there the whole time for the class to run. Okay. Thank
You
you.
don't have to have 20 for each though, do you?
No, I need to have 20 total.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, sign up to one of them. Doesn't matter. It all adds up. Like over here, yeah. You're fine. They add up both numbers. Okay. By the way, just so you know, for those of you who want the Mac classes, next week I'm starting with the Mac level 1, which is full right now. It's closed. See how it says 13 and 17, but the Mac says 30, so they add them up, Michael, because it's closed because they add up to more than 30, even though it says 30 and 17 and 13 is enough because the total adds up to 30. Does that make sense? Anyway, so that's how it's going to work. If anyone wants to join the Mac classes, next Wednesday we start with Mac level 1. Okay, just letting you know that it's starting. And if you see a closed class, you email me and I'll send you a signed form so that you can sign up even if it's closed. Okay, just wanted to say that. All right. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. I'm showing you stuff, and my screen isn't being shared. I did all this without sharing my screen. Just showing you here that in the Mac level 1 it says closed, even though there's a cap of 30 total for each one. If I get an uneven number, by the time it adds up to 30, it says closed. Does that make sense? So I really need 30 total. But what I'm saying is if anyone wants to sign up to class that's closed, send me an email and I'll send you a form that allows them to sign you up and add to the cap. Okay. And other than that, here I was showing you how I have a total of 3 and 3. So I have a total of 6 people and I need 20. So I'm going to send an email out to people and I'm going to let them know, but that's far from filling up. So I need all the people I can get who are interested, or tell people, friends, whatever. If you truly cannot do a single one of the days, that's different. But if you have any chance and you can pop in for a little bit and then recordings, remember I always show different things. That would be great. Okay. That's it. So now let me help Barbara find the class files. Everyone else, have a great week. And yeah, Barbara, want to share your
Yeah, I'll share my screen. I found my class files, but I can't get them to move.
Okay, yeah, because I thought we had found them the other day. So you don't need to get them to move. I'm
Well,
understanding.
I won't find them. They're way down here.
Yeah. You have them on your desktop. Are
No.
these the one for today? These are not to no, these are last summer's class.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. Wrong one. Ah, here it is. PS Friday 20 That's not it either.
2024.
Oh, I found them a minute ago.
So remember last time we talked about getting rid of all the photos that were old?
Yeah, I need to. From all the ones from
Five
classes.
classes. There we go. Look, look, I found it for you. If
Where
you did it right, here it says 2025.
I don't.
Hold
With
on, hold on, hold on. I'm looking for my pen. Okay, over here it says 2025, and here it says Photoshop. Unless these are spring or I guess 2025.
okay, when I click that, they're not in there.
Okay, so yeah, so head over to downloads to see if you even downloaded them. No, so well, I don't know where you have them. If you have them somewhere, let's go and download them because maybe you never downloaded them.
Yeah, I'll just download them again, and when I run across them in the wrong place, I'll just delete.
Again, Photoshop, are they old? What are these? Click on this one. Yeah, these are the summer ones because that's when we worked on this girl and we worked on this castle. I don't even have the
File
castle in there.
format.
So go ahead and call this one summer 2025 if you don't want to get rid of them. You know, like rename that
Rename.
so that later, so that way you.
Okay. PS 2020.
Summer Diana or something like that because.
Oh yeah, I better put summer in there.
Okay, and then maybe you can drop that whole folder in here in the 2025 classes Diana, right? And then these, I don't know, these are probably spring.
Okay, where to go?
Well, it went by
Right here.
alphabetical order, so
And I want to move it
up to classes Diana. Yeah.
but it won't move. It keeps going back down.
Yeah, I'm not sure that from here you can do that kind of adjustment. You need to do that.
I'm in Bridge. Would Explorer or the Finder or whatever be better?
Probably the Finder, yeah, because when you're in Bridge, you're just looking at your files. You're not necessarily, but no, it should move. Let me go to my Bridge. Should be able to move them. I never look at the folders the way you look at them. I look at them.
How do you look at them?
Yeah, you should have been able to move it. So I'm not sure why you didn't. So grab it again and drop it cleanly again to the tip of your mouse. Take it and point to 2025 classes Diana. Keep going up, up, up. One more.
Should it be
One more. One more up. Move up one more. One more. There. Let go.
Up here on folders?
No, it's the one that's blue, the one that changes color. So one up. One up. There. Let go. Yeah, it moved. See? Now
Oh, you know, when I'm looking at it,
there we go. So it moved, but that still isn't necessarily, you know, the.
Okay, I need to.
Anyway, so
Oh dear.
yeah, you need to yeah, you need to go and find what.
Photoshop class.
Can I ask you why you're doing this? Why don't you look at it in the essentials mode? The way I look at them, it's much easier. Go click over here on essentials. The way you're using it is so complicated. Yeah. So now,
oh, okay.
now if you click on over here, you have fall 2024 downloads, fall 2020 design techniques. So go ahead and head over to your downloads.
Where are they?
Over here on the left side, I'm showing
I
you.
see it.
Let's see your downloads. Okay, so this is what you've downloaded. And it looks like you've downloaded individual photos or something, but you don't have the whole thing. Just trying to make sure that you don't have it. You didn't download it the other day. I don't know what this is. Maybe that's it, but I can't tell. So let's go back, open up a browser, and let's go download the class files.
So do I want to close this?
No, you can open a browser and it'll open on top of this.
I don't know how. I'm so dumb.
So don't, yeah, so go to your dock. Go to your dock.
Come on.
Leave that where it is. Leave that where it is. Go to your
It's
dock.
too big.
No, 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 no. Well, now you made it full screen. Click on that to stop. Let me teach you how to use your computer, Barbara, without you
Okay.
differently. Leave that open. It really will work just the same. Go to your dock. Move your mouse to your dock and open Safari, I guess is the one you've been using. So go.
It's hiding under the green thing.
Yeah, but down here, see how I'm seeing it in your dock? You don't see it?
I'm down in my dock.
So click on Safari to open it up.
I can't see it. It's underneath it. A thing that says I'm screen sharing.
Oh, well, grab that from the black area and drag it out of the way. You shouldn't put it over the dock area or you can't get to your dock. Good, now go to your dock again if you moved it out of the way. There, and now you see Safari. Click on it. Good, now go, and I believe you have, here's the Google Drive. If it's the school one, that would be good. Click on that to see if it takes you there. Since you already have it open. You have a tab there that's your Google Drive. Hopefully it's a school Google Drive. Click on that. No, so that was not it. So go to Gmail. Just trying to make it quicker than re-signing into everything. Good.
It's,
I'll go over
it's
here.
not, well, unless it's over here and Diane.
No, it won't. No. Go, please follow my, don't
Okay.
say what it's, go to this icon on the far right that I'm circling. Take your mouse, which is over there, all the way here.
Let me move that. Okay.
This icon, yeah. And then choose your drive. I'm circling it, that one. Perfect. Now I need to clean my drawings. Now go to shared drives. Yep. And double click Photoshop.
Double click.
Yep. And now right click on this one and download it. Yep. So now it's downloading. When it's done downloading, we'll go find it in Bridge.
My memory is just, it's like useless anymore.
It's 12 of us, doesn't it? That's
Usually it's, oh, there we go.
right.
Showing
Done.
depth.
So now you can close this if you want. You can
Right.
close Safari, go to Safari and quit.
Down at the bottom.
From the top to quit Safari, or from there, right click and quit Safari. Yeah, done with Safari. Okay, and now down, there you go. Now in your downloads, you should have a folder that says Fall 2022 because we're seeing it. So scroll up and down to look for it.
I go to file.
You're here. You're in Bridge. You're good. Now we're gonna find it. It downloaded into your downloads folder, so you're good. As long as you're looking at the right downloads folder, we're good. Yeah. And then let's look, here it is, Fall 2024. Now grab it and drag it to the left to put it in your shortcuts. There we go. Let go.
Shortcuts.
Yeah, let go. This is the shortcuts area. And now click on it and there's your class files. And I left them in the downloads folder. If later you want to move them to the place that you have the rest, you can do that. But here we go. These are the class files. These are the ones that we've been working
Oh,
on.
thank you.
And those 3 we worked on today.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Okie dokie.
You're
I did
welcome.
my memory of using my computer. I've forgotten. I don't know why, but I'm having a horrible time with my memory. Because I'm old.
I would want to say that, yeah, I forget things all the time now. I think we're getting there, you know?
Oh dear. I love your hair. My straight strings. Thank you so much for staying and helping me.
You're welcome. Bye.
Next week. Bye-bye.